l'endroit où je suis, on voit des bras de mer qui s'allongent, puis renoncent à mordre dans la terre. Dans le lit tard, nous sommes là, nous recommençons tout. J'ai du mal à y croire, je vois des bras de mer. Je vois des bras de mer qui s'allongent, s'allongent. Je vois des bras de mer qui s'allongent, s'allongent et qui mordent la terre et la séparent enfin.
Hello! What's up, everybody? Shazar, JR, Scratch, Rasta, Seraphin, Sokoman, Stella, Cassie, Garrus, Enon, Enkthar, Spike Floors, Berloni, Nasrallah, Saladino, Tyler, Heroes and Diamonds, Sunrun, Glegger. How's everybody doing today? Banger start to the stream today. I agree. I think that was a good one. Funny thing is, and only Nasrallah knows that, but I had the 20-40 seconds timeout ready after the first two, right? And then it didn't happen, and Saladino called it out, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's a shame now, because the joke won't happen." And so I sent Nasrallah like a screenshot of me having the thing in the chat box, right? Just because I needed someone to know that the joke was ready to go, right? But then I was given a lifeline. So that was great. The hello is always like you're surprised about coming online. That's true. That's how I feel. I'm like, oh geez, I'm here. God, that's where I am for the next 4+ hours. Like it's the the crucial realization that this is what I'm about to do for the next few hours of my life. It's always a bit of a there's always a little bit of an acceptance period for it, It's like the gommage, it's happening, but when it's there, you're like, oh shit. All right, let's see. Let us. How about we go sit on that menu there for a second? All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sit on. I want to listen to the good music of Expedition 33. I'm thinking today I kind of want to get in the notes a little bit, not have too much of a conversation at the beginning of the stream, not get like an hour or something, and then take a little bit of time to go over my notes or whatever. Okay, so let's test my theory. This is a little loud, and if I go into the menu, it lowers the volume, I think. No, it's... I don't think it does. Wait, hold on. Okay, that's a weird bug. It only activates the sound settings if I go on the sound setting menu. I'm assuming if I load the game, it would work. But as it stands, that's kind of weird. Or wait, hold on. No, that's what it is. Now the volume's at the correct level, but it wasn't before. That's strange. I wonder if the game somehow only loads the settings like if you load into a game, or if you actually look at the options. Like it loads the game on like default, but unless like when you load a save or when you go into the menu, it like, you know, it pulls the settings from the file. That's such a weird thing. And it's especially like, I've heard they've done a lot of like QoL stuff with the game. Like someone was mentioning the other day that all those settings didn't exist at first, like it was just way more simple. Like, how would you miss that? Like, that specific thing, it seems so obvious. I don't know. Maybe I should be a video game tester. I don't know. The more I say I wouldn't be a good one, the more I prove myself wrong. What's up, Bullvine? How are you doing today? Although, I think, I don't know, being a QA tester sounds like a good way to hate video games more than I already do. I don't know. Also, it feels like being a QA tester, most of the time, you're not gonna test games that you actually would love to enjoy playing. And even if you enjoy playing them, you have to play them in a way that's gonna ruin them for you, right? It's like you can't really enjoy the game, you have to be looking for all those little things. I don't know. I just stumble upon them on accident as I'm trying to enjoy the game. It's different. I wouldn't be very effective. Like, typically you would just look for those issues straight up, right? Playing fast without taking care of, like, without caring about the good stuff. No one expects you to be in that screen that long? Well, then don't put a great song on that menu. I'm sorry, that to me does not... I don't accept that excuse. If you put that great of a song on your main menu, you expect players to at least be there for the duration of it. And it takes 5 seconds to notice that the volume's not loading at the proper, you know, setting. I mean, maybe it's just a thing that I notice as the streamer because I have all my, like, monitors for my volume and all that, so I can see, like, the bar goes higher than it should. Maybe, like, if you're just playing, you don't pay attention, you're like, eh, that's fine, you know. I don't know. Be stuck doing the same thing over and over. I don't think it's too much fun. Yeah, but it pays more. Being a QA tester would pay more. So at the end of the day, I would hate video games the same amount, but I would be paid more to hate them. And I wouldn't have to deal with Twitch chat. You know what? This QA tester job sounds better and better the more I talk about it. I'm joking. You guys are fine. Just not you specifically. Now everyone's like, is he talking about me? No, I'm not. Everyone's fine. You guys are okay. If you're still watching me after all this time, and all the trash talk, and all the mood swings, and all, you're fine. You can, you know, you can sit with us. Yeah, how's everybody doing today? I have had some weird dreams last night. Okay, so first of all, I was harassed by a mosquito last night. I went to bed at a normal hour. I was tired, I fell asleep really well, and then I started being harassed by a mosquito every like 30 minutes or so. It was very annoying. I kept getting woken up. So at some point I was so annoyed that I was like, okay, I'm gonna go sleep downstairs in the you know, the other room where I go when it's typically warmer up here. But it's been pretty cold these days, so it's fine. But so I still went downstairs because I knew there was no mosquito there, of course. And then I had the weirdest dreams ever. I dreamt that I was invited at Elon Musk's house for dinner. And that for some reason I knew he was poisoning the orange juice to murder me and a few other people involved in this dinner. I don't know why, but that was the story of the dream. And so I was like, okay, whatever we do not drink the orange juice. Everything else is fine. There was fondue, cheese fondue. It was really weird. Everything else was fine, just not the orange juice. But then I remember starting to be a little suspicious of the fondue pot, and there was 2 of them on the table, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait for him to put his fork and his bread in both before I eat any of them. Which obviously means I've learned nothing from watching Breaking Bad, because, you know, I'm not gonna be too specific because of spoilers, but if you know, you know. But yeah, that was a weird dream. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why Elon Musk was involved. I haven't thought about that guy in so long. I have his account blocked on Twitter, so I don't have to, you know, read his nonsense whenever I go there to see wrestling stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about that guy in a long time. He's kind of out of the news now that he's not, you know, messing with the government in the US anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he showed up. It was a very weird dream. I don't know why he wanted to murder me. That was strange. But yeah, it was a whole thing. And the house was on top of a mountain, which was the end of a journey that I had taken. Like, I was traveling to the top of that mountain for some reason, and that was the place where I was just, like, sort of resting. I don't know. I think my reaction should have been to force feed him the orange juice, the poisoned orange juice. That would have been fun, but even in my dreams, I was being more reasonable than to try to kill someone. This is getting dark. Listen. I wish I had the strength to stand up to fascism, Nasrallah. That's what I mean. But clearly, based on my dream, I don't. I'm just gonna, you know, try to not let it kill me. That's the meaning that I'm getting out of this. It's tough when you're so tired. It is. Now the little, I'm just looking at the title screen. The broken tree with like the pieces flying away makes a little bit of sense now. For some reason, it reminds me of the Outer Wilds title screen. Except Outer Wilds the title screen was animated, which was even better. But this is pretty good too. What's up, Matchless? How are you doing today? Beautiful. Shit! There's another button. I was trying to perfectly time it with the end of the music, but I forgot I needed to press twice. Why is the water so loud? Holy fuck. Okay, my outfit is really cool. I didn't really look at it yesterday, but oh, I can see my prosthetic better. I wonder. Okay, they mentioned Gustav. Like we saw Gustav's apprentice. I wonder what his job is. Maybe an inventor of some kind, like. Maybe that's why he has like a prosthetic arm, like he works on those little things. Maybe maybe he works on like sort of I don't remember every term, but like there's all these sort of technologies they mentioned that would help the expedition. Maybe that's part of it. That's really cool. What's up, Dax? Does it look weirdly warped, or am I losing it? Do you mean the game, or what? When you're at a certain angle and move the camera, it hits me weirdly. I don't know. I mean, there's a little bit of a fisheye effect on the camera. You can see when you're like going to the sides, like the shapes distort a little bit. There's a little bit of fisheye because of the FOV. I don't know what the FOV is, but it's enough that the sides distort a little bit. So I'm wondering if maybe when I go like at angles like that, it maybe accentuates the effect. I don't know. That part of the music really, again, like I mentioned that yesterday, and I listened to the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack a little bit yesterday. It definitely sounds a little bit like the Treno soundtrack in FF9. It's really good. Yo, Brendan! It's been a while, how are you? I like the little backpack. It has an interesting shape. Yeah, an hexagon. There's a little... I don't know. Is that supposed to be like a sleeping thing? Like a sleeping mat? Or is that a map? I don't know. It seems a little thin to be a sleeping mat, but maybe that's enough. Well, I mean, no, it's not very wide, actually, thinking about it. Could be a map. Or, I don't know. Little lantern, very cute. You know, generally they've done a super good job with this game's sort of fashion. Like all the outfits are really well designed, really interesting. I love the black and gold. That's just absolutely beautiful. My favorite color scheme. So, not sure about the purple vest. I think it works, but it would not be my my choice. And I have a scarf, which is very fancy. I really wish I could get better. Ugh, man, I'm not a big fan of photo mode because I never use like photo mode to actually take screenshots, but I love photo mode to sort of explore, you know, look at things closer. I wouldn't mind if photo mode existed in this case. What's up, Rico? How are you doing? Okay. There's a UE5 mode that adds photo mode to this. Yeah. You know how I feel about mods, though. But, yeah. Once again, fans, do all the work. I mean, you know, again, photo mode is not a big deal. I just... Alright, let's see our menu. I didn't look at it very much yesterday. I just went there and looked at the wardrobe and noticed I didn't have anything, of course. Oh man, I cannot even like rotate my model here. That's unfortunate. Okay, level 1. Oh, you can see everything. It's okay. Let me move that out of the way. Level 1. 150 HP. 200 speed. 49 attack power. 5% critical. 0 defense. And my attributes are all at 0. Nice. Weapons. Power 32, element something. Vitality C. Okay. Sting. Is that some Souls-like scaling thing? Pictos from this menu it is possible to see a list of available Pictos and change the character's equipped Pictos. Pictos are an important piece of equipment. Equipped Pictos are shown here. Each character can have 3 Pictos equipped at a time. Characters cannot equip the same Pictos at the same time. It is possible to sort the list of Pictos by using the sorting options. After winning 4 battles with a Pictos. Oh wait, a Pictos is plural always? I thought it was a Picto, several Pictos. But, oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. It will be mastered. Every Pictos has a unique passive effect called Lumina. After mastering a Picto, it will be possible to activate its Lumina without having the Pictos equipped. Okay, so this is... Interestingly, I just talked about the Final Fantasy IX soundtrack. This is like the Final Fantasy IX progression system for items and skills. Cool. Pretty much the same thing. I thought it was a pretty good system in Final Fantasy IX, so not mad about that. Your group doesn't have any Pictos yet. Explore the world, fight enemies to obtain more Pictos. Okay, will do. What's up, Soro? What's up, Tixar? Those are my skills. Only have 2 of them, and I can have 6 of them equipped. Okay. It's like almost like a little bit of a, you know, you build your little set of skills and make sure they synergize and all that. Cool. Isn't a series of capitalized fictitious magic words one of your favorite things? I don't mind it too much. In like a book, for instance, I don't mind it too much in the sense that, I mean, if I can infer like the meaning or still understand the rough idea because of context, I don't mind, because especially like in a book, you know, you read a prologue and there's a bunch of stuff you never heard of. You know you're gonna understand it later. Now, when it comes to actual game mechanics, it's a little bit more complicated because this is a tutorial, right? Like, it's supposed to teach you how those things work. And you're already, like, dealing with all the words and, like, ugh. But I think it's doing a pretty decent job at you know... I'm not sure how much of this, you know, you would remember straight out of the bat without actually... It's one of those things, like... I think you kind of have to start collecting them and then start... you know, using them to really understand, right? Lumina are passive effects that you can activate once you have mastered the corresponding Pictos. See, that makes sense, right? Especially, well, I mean, to me, it's interesting because I associate it with the Final Fantasy IX system, so it instinctively kind of makes sense, right? I'm not sure someone getting to this without having ever played a game like that, I'm not sure how much sense that would make. What's up, Zek? What's up, Credo? I think these menus are pure dog shit. Poor job at explaining and the timing when they were explaining it. I think, okay, there's a point there where I agree with Credo. I think all this stuff should not be explained to me right now. It should be explained to me when I pick up my first Picto, right? When I pick up my first Picto, they should be like, oh, hey, you picked up a Picto. Let's equip it to your character and see how it works, right? That would be a lot more logical than explaining when you open the menu for the first time, right? I think that's a very you know, I think that's a fair criticism, but you know, what's up, Friar? The tutorialization, the like the onboarding, as I think you call it, it could have been done better. What's up, Facehugger? How are you doing today? But yeah, I typically think, in most cases, I think teaching you the way something functions when it's actually available to you in the game is usually the best way, right? What's up, Ellie? Well, I mean, I opened the menu when it was available because I kept pressing start instead of the thing there to open the you know, the system menu, and typically it does nothing. For the whole prologue, it did nothing. But then this time it opened the menu and I was like, oh shit, I have a menu thing, right? I mean, if the menu is available to you, the criticism applies, right? Like you could find yourself in those menus just by opening it and being like, oh shit, there's a menu, let me look around, right? I think it would be better if it didn't teach you anything until you pick up those items, but I don't think it's that huge of a deal, but I can see it being a problem for players that have no experience with those games, right? I think most of us have played that type of game before, so we kind of like, okay, I see what's happening, roughly, right? But I can see someone with no experience to be a bit confused. That's why you know, usually you would want the player to have the item you're explaining, so that they can immediately play with it and see what's happening. I've also heard a lot of people that didn't use or understand some of the systems in this game for that exact reason. Yeah. Yeah, Dax. But yeah, obviously we you know, there's a bias in the sense that we probably hang out with a lot of like gamers, you know. But yeah, I mean, anecdotal, of course. Naz, you know, Naz had the exact other experience, so that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Pictos is master after winning 4 battles with it equipped. Okay. Luminas are learned for all characters at the same time and can be activated by multiple characters. Okay, I think I understand what they mean there. That's a very confusing sentence, though. I think I get what they mean, right? Like you unlock the Lumina with a character by equipping a Picto and winning 4 battles, right? And so that passive is then accessible to all your characters, and all of them can activate it. I get it. I don't think this is the best phrasing for it, but again, I'm not gonna harp on the game for its tutorials. It's a difficult thing to do, and it's interesting because I relate very strongly with this because I feel like it's very similar to well, actually, both teaching when I was a teacher and writing as a a novelist. It is something I relate with. Like, how do you explain people things in a way that most people will understand? It's pretty damn hard. You know, like as a teacher, you're like, okay, I'm gonna, we're gonna touch on that thing today. I'm gonna have to explain them how to do this, like a math concept or something like that, like a skill. And you think of a way to explaining it. Often, if you were a decent teacher, you think of multiple ways of explaining it for, the different kinds of students you have, and you sort of anticipate all the issues they could find. And then you still fucking fail. At the end of the day, there's still a bunch of kids that will not get it. Even though you've had like 4 different strategies to explain it, to show at the same time, to have them, immediately do something so that they can, follow along. And there's still gonna be 1 kid or 2 that are gonna be like, I did not understand any of that. So you have to like completely find a new strategy, right? So I can relate with tutorialization being a very difficult part of video games. Because like, how detailed do you want it to be? Because then if you go too detailed, there's gonna be a bunch of gamers that are gonna be like, holy shit, this tutorial is so annoying. Yeah, sure, yeah, no, I get that. I pressed the button to equip the thing, right? Like, duh, right? And so you're gonna make someone mad regardless of what you do. Either because they won't get it, or because it's gonna be too, too detailed of an explanation. So it's a hard thing to do. There's no, you can't make it dynamic for every player, so you kind of have to find a middle ground of something. But yeah, and as a writer, it's the same thing, right? Like when you have a concept in one of your stories that is, like fictional, and you have to explain it to the reader through the story. That shit's hard. Especially because you understand it. You created it. So it's very hard to like, okay, what does the reader know? How do I transmit all that knowledge to them without it being an annoying, like, info dump? It's difficult. Yeah, Zach, for sure. Yeah, exactly, Tixar, yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I was saying 5 minutes ago, Quasi. Yeah, exactly. For me, it feels intuitive because Final Fantasy IX. That's the only reason, right? The same system, and I'm like, sure, I understand what you're trying to do. But it is not a very like intuitive system if you've never played any of those games, right? Much less than you equip the item, you have the passive that comes with it. That's pretty, I think, intuitive for a lot of people. That's how most games work, right? The idea of like unlocking a passive from an item that you can then equip for your characters. That's. I remember even when I played, in fact, when I played Final Fantasy IX back in the day, I remember thinking that was a, you know, I liked the system. I ended up liking the system, but I thought it was a weird one, especially coming from like stuff like Materias, and you know, it felt less intuitive. Yeah, for sure, Quasi. For sure. Available Luminas can be seen here. You can activate or deactivate Luminas freely at any time outside of battle. Luminas activated by currently equipped Pictos can't be deactivated. Okay, right. If you have the item equipped, you have the passive. You can't remove it. See, that one sentence, for instance, makes the whole thing a little more confusing, and I don't think it's necessary, right? But... oh, geez, it keeps on going. I've seen some videos in the genre. A gamer sits his non-gamer girlfriend in front of a game and observes how she plays. Quite interesting how the systems gamers get for granted are obvious to non-gaming people. It's funny because back when I was with my my last long-term relationship, she was not much of a gamer, but she was interested, right? She would watch me play games sometimes, and she played a couple games at the over time. In fact, it's funny because when we started, how we got together was, I think we were talking about video games, and I was mentioning, you know, something about The Last of Us. It was 2015, right? And I was mentioning about like The Last of Us, you know, that was one of my favorite games, and blah blah blah. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I would love to play that." I was like, "Well, you can, you know, you can come over, and I can let you play the game, and you can play the game at my place," and that's how, you know, things kind of started. She was playing the game, and I guess at some point she was a little bored. But I was thinking the story was, what's up, Dean? How are you doing today? The story was, we were watching, at some point we were watching, I don't know if you guys know Girlfriend Reviews, which I think is a fantastic YouTube channel. And we were thinking of doing like the kind of like, you know, sort of, not really the opposite of that, but at some point we were like, man, we could do like a video series like that, except we frame it like a sort of you know, like a gaming education for a non-gamer. Like, you're the one who's gonna play all the games, and I'm gonna be the one commenting while you're playing, and you're gonna, you know, like express all the struggles of and that was an idea we had at the time, but we never ended up doing it. I think it would have been funny. Love that channel. Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't seen much of their content lately. I think they've toned down like the number of releases, right? They're streaming quite a bit, I think. But they're mostly playing new games, so at this point, so I don't, you know, I can't watch much of it because spoilers. At the time, of course, when the channel started, they did a lot of like sort of quote-unquote classics or stuff like that, but okay, the amount of available Lumina points is shown here. Each Lumina costs a specific amount of points to activate. The more points the character has, the more Lumina they can activate at the same time. Each character gains 1 Lumina point per level. More can be found by exploring. That is something that's gonna stump a lot of non-gamers, I would assume. Like, that's the part where it becomes even more confusing. You know, like having like available passive points that you can then distribute. That's, man, that's another, you know, step of like complexity to the system. Yeah, it's been fine, Nurse Dean. This is the 3rd episode and we've barely made any progress, so it's great. Filtering and sorting Lumina will make it easier to find the right ones. Sure. Okay. Offensive, defensive, support. Edit Pictos. Okay, that's the same. Oh, okay, you can go from Luminas to Pictos like that. Oh, neat. I think that's it for the menu. What difficulty is this on? What's it called? The hardest one? Expert? Expeditioner? The hardest one. I don't remember. Yeah, expert, I think it is. I got through the Gommage scene. That's huge progress for 2 streams. I guess it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty typical for us, right? 2 episodes for a 20-minute prologue that most people would do in that short amount of time. Okay, I have one thing you can't see with my current layout is the number of what was it? Chroma or something, I think. That's the stuff we've been picking up all the time. Oh, jeez. That's a weird. I'm just trying to look at the weapon, but I can't. Oh, or I'm already on it, actually. Okay, Pictos, quest items. Oh, there are item descriptions. Oh, that's just very simple. A token usable at the festival to get prizes. Okay. And a record that we picked up yesterday by destroying the mine. Color of Lumina can be consumed to give an additional Lumina point to a character. Right. So we can equip more passives. I don't know how to use them, but I'm sure I'll find out. Recode can be consumed to reallocate a character's attributes or skill points. Okay. Alright. I think we've explored everything in the menu? Question. Oh no, journals. That's new. You haven't found this journal entry yet. 34, 35. Oh. Okay. All the previous expeditions. Okay, little collectibles. Nice. Pleasant. Love that. I kind of wish that menu did not exist before I actually start finding them, but again, small detail. If the game wants to spoil itself, that's it. It's right. It has full rights to spoil itself as the video game. Okay, so yesterday we talked to that first guy because I thought that was the only way we could save. And that guy wanted to drink a lot. I guess he's nervous about the expedition. And so he wants to drink a whole bunch, right? Is that a birthday cake? There's a little Eiffel Tower candle on it. There's a flaccid Eiffel Tower candle on it. That's kind of weird.
Gustav, come drink with me.
Yeah, Seba wants to drink. I think he's nervous about the expedition. Look at this. Looks like a delicious chocolate cake, though. Oh god, there's a child! Mile over there, I think. Okay. 2 colored stalls. Yeah, that hexagonal backpack is really cool. I love the design. I don't think it's very practical because, you know, more angles means it's probably harder to properly put stuff in, but it does look aesthetically pleasing. Looks great, impractical as fuck, you know.
These all yours?
I was trying to read the... Oh! Peak Saint Louison, which is the name of the wine, I guess. How many people really drink when they're nervous? Is it a trope, or is it a common approach to nerves? I think, you know, people don't get smashed when they're about to have like a job interview or a plane flight. You know, not most people at least. But I think having like one drink before like a stressful event is, I don't know how widespread it is. I don't have data, but I would assume it's pretty common. Yeah. Not something I've done personally, but I've heard of some other people doing it. I've heard some other people saying they did it. Drinking is more of a stress relief after the fact, you think? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the amount of alcohol that gets sold on planes, I think, you know, is a pretty good indication. Or at the airport bars before, you know, flights. I think that's a pretty good indication. Also, I mean, obviously I don't know the historical accuracy of that, but back in the, like, you know, like the big nautical travel days, right? Exploring the world on a boat or something, like I'm talking like the Columbus days, right? Wasn't like the amount of alcohol on board like a really important metric? Like they needed to keep the, you know, the rum flowing for the seamen to be happy, and maybe it's a trope. I don't know how historically accurate that is, but I would assume that the trope comes from somewhere. You know, before going out at the sea, you would just get smashed to forget how difficult your life is or something. It's a bar cheesy. Didn't they get paid in alcohol a lot in the old days? Yeah, I don't know how much of that is, you know, again, like a sort of fictional trope or if it's historically accurate, but you know, I don't know. Whatever works, I guess, Inktar. Yeah. That's a really cool character design. I've just noticed the neck tattoos, like the geometrical neck tattoos. That's really fucking cool. There's really something about the geometry in this, like the general aesthetic of the game, like all the symbols on their outfits, and even like some of the codes we've seen earlier in the game. Lots of like geometrical patterns. I don't know if it's typical of that, you know, like 1920s, like sort of French fashion stuff, like the Belle Epoque stuff and all that, you know, Art Deco and all that. Yeah. From rations were wielding in the British Navy. I refuse to drink because of how much I don't want to get out of my seat. You walk in those mini restrooms. Oh, dude, when I went to Australia, I got very familiar with the restrooms. Because, you know, 9-hour plane ride to the US first, and then the 5-hour plane from coast to coast in the US was great. I was upgraded to premium, and I was extremely exhausted. I had the best nap of my life. Legitimately slept from, you know, takeoff to landing. The landing woke me up. It was so fucking good. And then 14 hours from like LAX to Melbourne. That was, dude. Jeez. I would literally go, listen, at some point I didn't have to go to the bathroom anymore. I would go there just to stand up for a little bit and stretch my legs and all that. Because I was so tired of being, you know, my ass was hurting from sitting so much. The rum was watered down, basically made the water safe to drink. Oh, interesting. What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing today? Yeah, no, I'm not a big drinker myself, so I'm not one who would drink to get the nerves, you know, off. But in fact, I don't think I've been drunk since I was in Australia, which was over 2 years ago at that point. Yeah, I'm trying to think, but you know. Sure, Nursdean, and then they oversell more seats than there are, you know, on the flight, and then hope that some people will just take deals to not board the plane. We actually had a conversation about that on NASA channel the other day, overbooking. Yeah, it was a while ago, Nibiru, for sure. Man, the music in this game, I can't... I'm gonna keep talking about it, I'm sure, but jeez, so good. It really sort of reminds me of old school Final Fantasy, you know. Obviously it sounds a lot more modern because it's using like proper instruments rather than the MIDI, you know, virtual instrument stuff that the old Final Fantasy would use, but it's the composition feels very similar. Very simple, sort of minimalistic, you know, tracks with like very memorable melodies, right? With some moments that have a bit more like complex harmonizations, you know, for the big moments and all that. But most of the time it's just a very simple melody. I like that. Up there with Hollow Knight for you? Yeah, I was comparing some of it to Nier, as well as Final Fantasy, but to me the best soundtrack of all time is original Nier. That is, in my humble opinion, the best video game soundtrack of all time. We'll see. This one could rank pretty high from what I've heard. Last time I was drunk was when I first started dating my husband, and our daughter is 6 now. I love that this sentence makes it seem like there's a logical... maybe that's what you were going for, but it feels like the drunk situation is what led to the daughter. But maybe you just put it there to give us a time frame of how long you've been together and how long it's been since you've been drunk, right? But it really... it really sounds like, you know... Heard a lot of Nier comparisons. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the sort of like fictional language with a woman saying a woman's voice, right, on top of like a piano track. That's very Nier coded at this point. But otherwise, other than that, I don't. The soundtrack's a lot less. So far, it's a lot less like. I don't know how to. Well, I don't know actually. Yeah, I was gonna say Nier's soundtrack sounds a little more less classical and more sort of electronic, but that's not quite true. Actually, there's a lot of like more classical piece, especially in like the original Nier. Automata is a lot more electronic, but you know, I don't know. What I was getting at is Stellar Blade. If you've played Stellar Blade, that one has like. Literally, you could take some tracks from Stellar Blade, put them in Nier, and you wouldn't see the difference. Like it legitimately fits, which I think is because they use it's the same production company for the music, maybe even the same composer on some of them. Yeah. Yo, Electra, how are you doing today? The drunk bit was probably 9 years ago, the conception of our daughter. We've been together a long time. Yeah. Oh, hey, good for you. Alright, let's keep talking to this lady about her wine.
You gonna lecture me on drinking?
Is she implying that I drink a lot? Maybe we're learning stuff about Gustave. Ciel. What a cool name. Obviously ciel meaning sky in French, but typically written without the S at the beginning, right? C-I-E-L, ciel, which is the sky. Putting an S in front of it makes it sound, makes it look a lot cooler. Like it sounds the same, but it looks a lot cooler. I will say. I'm looking at her face and I'm wondering what that mark on her nose is. I wonder if she's like someone who wears like goggles during the day for whatever job she's doing, and so she has like a mark, or if it's just part of her complexion. I don't know. It's a really cool jacket. Yeah, no, the outfits are amazing. Is it a name you would give to a person in French? If it is, I've never met anyone named that. I mean, I guess you could, but you know, it's definitely not a typical name, that's for sure. Unlike most of the other names, right? That's true. The name Sky in English is pretty common. Yeah. I'm sure. I will say, I'm sure there will be a lot of Ciels going forward amongst the gamer parents. Because that's a really cool name. I think she was mentioned yesterday. I've already seen the name yesterday. I think she was one of Sophie's friends. Like it was mentioned that she was a friend of Sophie's, I think. My cats all ganged up on me, wouldn't let me sleep more. Nice. In some music people call some pieces in this game Baroque or even Renaissance. I can see that. What's up, Goose? How are you doing today? Sugar, good to see. Squall is her idol. I can see, honestly, yeah. I can see the resemblance between some of those outfits in this game and Final Fantasy VIII for sure.
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to catch up.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Are we getting into a drinking contest? Man, love this piano.
You can start now. Here, let's have a toast.
I'm thinking about like Gustave sort of being, you know, doing all those lighthearted little comments, you know, and sort of joking around with his buddies, which I'm reading into as him trying to keep it together right after obviously what just happened. Which again, we've talked about it a little bit yesterday, but you would assume after, you know, this thing happening presumably every year, you kind of get used to it. Doesn't make it easier to lose someone that's very dear to you, but I think it probably trains you to be a little better at grieving, because you've probably lost friends and other people you knew over time, and just like sort of the going through some event like that with plenty of other people, right? Not being the only person going through grief probably helps also a little bit. I would think. And so you just all sort of kind of that. I'm assuming that's part of what they're doing right now at this sort of like festival before the expedition, right? They're just drinking together, and that's kind of the idea of the characters that come to you at just after the cutscene, right? They're like, hey, you know, how about we drink together? Grieving is easier, you know, with friends. I think that has to be something culturally pretty important in a world like this. What would you call her eye color? Amber? Yellow? They're definitely. I mean, it depends on the lighting. You would, but yeah, just yellow. I think. I have a friend who actually has eye color like that. It's actually kind of crazy to see. She's the only person I've ever met that has yellow eyes, and it's very surprising. It's interesting to think about how something like that would impact culture and people. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Those are things I want to start exploring at some point. I do, at some point today, I do want to go over the plot part of my notes. I do want to sort of like start charting the plot, right? And you know, obviously we'll start with like Act 1, which is the prologue is technically like in narrative theory, the prologue would be part of Act 1. Well, not always, because sometimes the prologue is detached from the actual like there's like a time skip or something, which in this case doesn't seem to be the case, right? You have the prologue, the inciting event with the gommage, and then the expedition starts, presumably. So I think it's all part of like sort of Act 1. We'll have to start charting this a little bit, and then we'll slowly build around those themes. But I do at some point want to go over like what we've seen of those themes in the prologue, right? And then keep filling in for characters and everything as we go. I'm not sure exactly how it's all gonna like come together, but we'll do as we always do. Start slowly and see how it develops. It's hard to it's hard to have a clear idea of how we're gonna start working on the analysis. All right, let's have a toast, Ciel.
To Sophie, who was always unapologetically Sophie, my fierce and loving friend.
Aw.
To Soph. Seriously though, this is gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet. I'm not crossing the sea sober.
I'm not crossing the sea sober. You're going on an expedition to save the world or something. That seems highly irresponsible. Did we create a main character or no? There's no character creation whatsoever. And also, it doesn't look like me. It looks like Robert Pattinson. But thank you. I'll take the compliment.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
That's true. I agree with that.
No, not for that.
Ah,
Go have some drinks.
Is she gonna repeat it?
Go have some drink.
I'm trying to see what's... Pic Saint-Louison. Domaine de... Savalop? I don't know. I'm assuming it's a fictional thing, but not important. I was just curious. Someone spent time to do this little, sticker on the bottle, and I'm gonna look at it. Someone has to. Good save, Nibiru. Good save. Oh, there's another nerd here. I kind of want to hold on. I want to interact with those stalls. See what's up with that.
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new pictos I made.
The Tom. Oh, is that a Pictos? Yeah, that looks weird.
Looks a bit rough. You sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little unorthodox.
It's dead useful, trust me. Come on, give it a whirl.
Sure, why not?
Great. I'll trade it for 1 token.
Ha! Current number of tokens 1. Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token. Not a chance. Well, hopefully, hopefully this is not a definitive decision, but I don't want to spend my tokens before I know all my options.
Not a chance.
Your loss.
Okay, can I...
Aha! Back for my pictos masterpiece, eh?
Okay, cool.
Still gonna cost you a token, though. You're a resourceful man. There are plenty of ways to earn tokens around here.
Okay. Why do I have... Okay, hold on. We're on an expedition to save the world. Why do I have to pay for stuff? Shouldn't it be given to me?
Not a chance.
Your loss.
Here's the deal, Tom. You give me the fucking useful picto or you die. How about that? Yeah, but it's different, Tixar, because in other JRPGs, it's like merchants in towns or whatever, they maybe don't have a clear idea of the war that's going on, or, they're like, hey, there's a war happening, still have to make money, This guy's part of the expedition! He knows what the stakes are! Also, I'm pretty sure the festival token's not something you can use outside of this particular instance anyway. Yeah, Anon, that's a good example. The angels are not free from capitalism, apparently. The evil of capitalism. Yeah, Nursdeen, Naz noticed the same thing earlier. There is a little bit of a fisheye effect, yeah. But I think that there's no setting. Ugh, God damn it. I'm gonna press the wrong button every time. As far as I can tell, I don't believe there's a setting. It's just the default. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's just the default, Alright, let me guess. Everyone's gonna have something to sell for a token? Okay. This one really takes her fashion seriously. Not only is she wearing like a white outfit, which looks banging, by the way, but she has like the big glasses and everything. The, big time Bex style glasses for all of you wrestling nerds out there. Yeah. Let me guess, you're gonna sell me some glasses.
Hey, Amandine. Having fun?
Amandine, nice.
Hey,
that's a good
handsome.
French name.
Perfect timing. I'm styling everyone before we ship out. Gotta look sharp when we hit the paintress, eh?
Sure, why not? Hey, if we're all gonna die, at least we'll look good doing it. Amandine.
Certainly important. Can you style me up too?
On it. bring me a token first?
Of course. I'm good, but thanks. I'll
Nah,
come
I'm
back
good,
when I
But
have
thanks.
enough tokens for everything, hopefully. Geez, if the game doesn't give me enough tokens for everything, I'm gonna be very upset. If I have to make a choice, we're gonna be here a while. Oh shit, look at that. Un pâté en croûte. The bread looks decent, but the pâté en croûte here at the bottom, oh, that's the stuff. That's the kind of stuff I want. Actually, in fact, I have some in my fridge right now. Small ones, but I had my grocery order today. So. I'm excited to eat that at some point. And that is a big ham. Love it. Love a big ham. What's up, White Wolf? How are you doing today? And I would assume this is some sort of liquor. Oh, it's absinthe. Nice. I was gonna say it's green. It could be absinthe. It is. Turns out. Nice. Can you explain it? Can I explain why? The pâté en croûte? Oh, it's basically just a meat pâté, right? Like a combination of meat products with a little bit of jelly, very often, like savory jelly, delicious, and all in like a pastry dough, right? It's like a Cornish pasty, I think you call it, pasty, Cornish pasty, but a little Frencher, I guess. A little less ingredients, just meat pate, a little bit of savory jelly, and yeah. Is it normally that large? It can be, yeah. Yeah, a meat pie, yeah. More often than not, you're gonna find like the small versions of them, which is what I typically buy, because it's like individual portions. But you can make like big ones like that for sure. Yeah. Sometimes they make like big loaves, like rectangular loaves, and then you cut it in slices. That's also a very typical way of presenting them. I'm just glad to see something that's not fish. No, I spoke too soon, clearly. Bunch of fish over there. Would that be a main or a side? I don't know, I guess it can be a main. Typically, I would say most people here, you would eat it like at as a snack, in like a, say there's like a cocktail, right? And you have like little like catering foods or stuff, right? Like you would have slices of pate, for instance, as one of the items. That's where you would find most pate en croûte these days, I would say. Cornish pasty were designed as a lunch to take down the mines in the UK, yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff that's, you know, being put in like pastry. It was just meant to be more carryable, right? Alright, what is she gonna sell me? I mean, there's food all around her, so maybe like supplies, but she doesn't look like a food merchant. Let's see.
Hello there, Gustave. Perhaps one of these artifacts may prove useful to your mission.
What's up, Colette? Hey, that's Colette. Nice. Colette. Has Colette played this game, by the way? Does anyone know? I haven't seen her around, which I assume either means she's busy or she hasn't played the game. It's her next game? Okay. After Blueprints? Okay. Well, she's playing Silksong right now, right? Well, that's a shame. Won't see Colette for a while then. I can't watch her because she's playing a game I haven't played, and she can't watch me because I'm playing games she hasn't played. Radical glasses. Yeah. I like those glasses. I think they're cool. Alright, artifacts. Can you be more specific?
Colette, you've been holding out on us. What are these?
Yes, good question.
Relics from before the fracture, passed down through the generations. The council deemed them trinkets, but I think otherwise.
Ooh, hold on. We're getting some lore there. Okay. The fracture. I'm assuming that this is the event that broke the world and made it the way it is now. So we might in fact be in a future / alternative version of the real world. Interesting. And so the items have been passed down, you know, like items from the ages of before. Being passed down by the council. Cool. I should probably take a note that there is a council. That's an interesting... seems to be led by a council.
That's kind of you to share.
I may not be able to join the expedition, but I'd still like to help. 1 token is all I ask.
Ah, I should have known.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Okay, first, that's the first time the game predicts what I'm about, you know, what I would like to say and actually says it. Which I've always said is a sign of good writing. Current number of tokens, I need to think about it.
I need to think about it.
We really need to discuss like the importance of those tokens. What's the value of those tokens? Why do they want to collect them so bad? Do they have any other use outside of this? Can they use them to redeem stuff during the year? I don't know. Or is it just a tradition to make things more interesting, quote unquote?
Gustav, just the man I wanted to see.
What's up, Antoine?
You want a rematch, don't you?
Oh,
Well, it's my last chance, isn't it?
are we gonna fight?
After tomorrow, you'll be the undisputed expert on expedition history.
Oh. Expedition history. Okay, can we talk to that guy to make sure we're well prepared?
That's tomorrow. What about today?
Who am I to deny you? Fire away, maybe later. Okay, fire away.
Who am I to deny you? Fire away.
How many years ago was the fracture?
You're kidding. This is your question.
Yes. When did our world break apart and our luminous city get thrown into the middle of the ocean? When was the fracture?
Oh, interesting. Thrown in the ocean. Meaning, again, thinking about the fact that it could be a, you know, a future of the real world. And I was mentioning, you know, Paris is not near you know, a sea or anything. But obviously, if part of it has been, you know, torn away and thrown in the ocean, that's different. How am I supposed to know that? Okay, logically speaking, if this is a countdown, right? And we're down to 33. 67 seems like the most obvious answer. Because, I don't know, it rounds up to 100, which sounds good, right? 33 is a trap answer. 100 years ago is weird, because like why 133 would be the starting point? That's kind of strange. So 67 seems like, you know, it makes sense. Because it rounds up well. Now, obviously this is very, like, arbitrary, right? Because why would the countdown start at 100 and not at any other random number? That's just, I don't know. The fact that it's a round number doesn't mean anything. But that's my assumption. I'm gonna go with that.
"67 years ago."
Brilliant. I concede. You are the undisputed expert on Lumieran history.
That wasn't a very hard title to acquire, I don't think. If I know nothing about the world and I can use logic to answer the question, it's not a very good metric. It's patches. Oh my god. You're right. What's up, Wool? How are you doing today? Me doing a test with multiple options without knowing the subject? Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Typically, it wouldn't be too easy to deduce, but yeah, that's kind of that's how I would do it as well. You know, like, okay, how can I eliminate the less likely options, right?
What are you talking about? Every child knows this. The monolith's essentially a reverse calendar, counting down since the fracture happened in year 100.
As you know, Bob. Okay, this is not. This feels a bit artificial, right? They frame it in a way that's kind of acceptable with like the history quiz or whatever, but this feels very much like, okay, we need to drop that information on the player somehow. Let's have the characters tell each other stuff they already both know, and they know they both know, right? Yeah, very contrived, but you know, they're doing what they can to sort of make it all, you know, it's fine. It's fine. So basically, the years are going. They're measuring the years in reverse now, right? Makes sense. So they also, that's something interesting. They call it the monolith. I mean, I guess it does look like a big monolith, right? She counts down the years on a big monolith. Well, let's call it on the monolith. Since the fracture. In year 100. There you go. Makes sense.
All right, fine. Another one then. Which was the first expedition to depart for the continent?
Oh shit, hold on. Before we look at the options, logic says it would be Expedition 100, but no. Because when it first happens, you wouldn't think to send an expedition, you know, immediately, right? It would at least take you a little bit of time to realize what's happening. So it's more likely that it's going to be something like in the 90s, right? Expedition 100, Expedition 99, Expedition 0. Oh, that's a bit of a curveball right there. Because obviously Expedition 99, it, you know, would make sense. Again, like it's happened twice now. You're like, oh shit, this is what's happening. We need to stop it. Year 99, send the expedition. But Expedition 0 kind of sounds, you know. At the time, you don't think you're gonna do it every year, right? It's probably not even, it probably didn't even have a name at the time. It was just, we sent an expedition. And then retroactively, it's going to be called, you know, maybe Expedition 99, because it was the year they sent it, or Expedition 0, because maybe it wasn't even timed with the year or anything. It was just they sent an expedition, it was Expedition 0. So it's one of those two, for sure. If I was the writer, I would call it Expedition Zero. Just for the sake of making it more mysterious, right? You have all those numbered expedition, and then there's Expedition Zero, right? What happened during Expedition Zero? It was a bit different than the others. It was the first one, you know, there was... Who the hell knows what kind of, you know, a bit like, I'm thinking of something like Sunshine. I don't know if you guys seen the movie Sunshine. Like the first expedition before the one that the movie follows, you know, what happened, like some crazy shit happened and all that, right? What's up, Jedi? How are you doing today? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Zero. Expedition Zero. Sounds cool. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Expedition Zero.
Correct. That still annoys me. They left in the year 100.
Oh.
They should be called Expedition 100. Makes no sense. Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits zero. All right, last one. Get it right, and maybe I'll give you a token.
Oh shit! I didn't know we were playing for a token. Now I'm super invested in those questions. Okay, so they left immediately in the year 100? Well, I guess, okay, maybe they saw like a big fucking monolith with bright numbers on them and they were like, oh, we need to investigate this. That kind of makes sense too, right? You know, admittedly. I think my logic was correct though, like, you know. At first you don't know what's happening. But okay, I guess it makes sense. What's up, Kukasus? Welcome in. How are you today? Yeah, Sunshine was great. I love Sunshine. A lot of people don't like the final act of Sunshine because of the horror-ish, you know? I thought it was great. Loved it. Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits zero. Well, that's true. That's true. Because at some point, you know, like when the number goes low enough that people can't reach puberty anymore, they stop making kids, meaning people only age and then they get gommaged. Actually, that's a good point. I was thinking yesterday, I was trying to calculate at which point there would be no more people left. Assuming people, you know, keep making kids as soon as they can, right? So I would say like the last few people would make children around ages 15 or so, right? 14, 15, something like that. If let's say culture changes enough that teenagers starts making children as soon as they can. Let's assume that, right? Worst case scenario. So 14, 15 would be the last sort of, you know, generation of parents, right? Meaning then when the clock hits 13, some of them are 1. Some of the kids are 1. 12, 2, 11, 3, 10, 4, 9, 5, 8, 6, 7. When the calendar hits 7, the monolith hits 7, is probably when the last people would die, more or less, bearing a few exceptions, potentially. Of maybe, you know, younger kids that, you know. But again, that's assuming a pretty big change in the you know, in culture due to the circumstances. Right. If we assume no cultural changes and people only start having kids when they're adults, then it's even earlier than that. Yeah, half the age of the last generation having kids. So regardless of what happens, it would be between 10 and 7, right? It would be the last years of actual people getting gommaged. That's an interesting thought. Then what happens? Also, what's the plan? Why is it happening? What's the meaning behind it? That's obviously the big question, right? What's the meaning behind this? But yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, Quasi, for sure. imagine being in a teenager-only world. You should read Jeremiah. It's a Belgian comic book series. Actually, a TV show, American TV show was made out of it, but it wasn't that great, and it didn't last very long. Only 2 seasons. But yeah, the comic book Jeremiah, the story is that all adults die. It's like a post-apocalyptic show where all adults die at one point in history, and only teenagers remain. And they rebuild the world, right? However they can. So when the story starts, they've grown up to be adults now. But it's still a completely different world that was built by teenagers. And I think it's pretty interesting. Or, you know, Lord of the Flies. It's kind of what you're talking about. It's not the entire world, but it might as well be, right? They're stuck on an island, so. Yeah, Lord of the Flies is pretty much that. Spoiler alert, it's not great. The book is great, but the teenager-only world, not great. Yeah, Drew, that's the one. All right, last one. Let's see.
What is alumina?
Oh shit! Do you want like the technical explanation, or? We've done the tutorial. I'm equipped for that question. At least I think. Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle after enough times. A special type of weapon. Lumiere's unique brand of perfume. See? I've done the tutorial. I'm ready for this one. Now I'm curious, if you haven't seen the tutorial, how do you answer this one? I don't think you can. Yes, suck it, Antoine. We already looked through the menus. Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle. The fact that it's not called a Picto and Pictos plural breaks my brain. I'm probably gonna call them Picto singular. Because fuck whoever decided it was plural only.
Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle after enough times.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Give me my token.
Not really. I mean, I created the Lumina converter, so...
Yeah, his questions suck. Okay, so Gustav created the Lumina converter. That kind of answers the question I was asking myself earlier. Seems to be an inventor of some kind. As apprentices, created the Lumina converter. Most likely created his own prosthetic arm? Question mark? How did he lose his arm? Work accident? I don't know.
I hereby officially end our feud. With your departure, Lumiere loses a brilliant light. And a good friend.
Aw. I think Antoine wanted us to win, you know, to encourage us. I think that's the whole point.
You big softy.
All right. Here's a token. Go and spend it on something.
Thank you. Okay. All right, one more, and we can get all 3 things. Yeah, I haven't talked to this guy or people. Okay, let's see.
Glass of wine? Or a hug?
Lucien.
Keep your sweat to yourself.
Jeez, that's kind of rude.
Bring Gustav a glass of wine.
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut servers from the budget years ago.
Yeah, Antoine. Yeah, you know, some people look older, some people look younger.
Ah, the ultimate indignity. A farewell party where we serve ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of true. They're left to fend for themselves, right? Nobody's gonna help the expedition anymore. I do like the idea that the expedition's sort of fallen out of flavor, right? Like, people don't really believe it's gonna do anything after so many years. Makes a lot of sense, I would say.
I'm betting you've got another bottle stashed in your coat somewhere. You gonna share?
You wound me. But yes, in fact, I do have a bottle. Always be prepared. Or was it always bring backup? Same difference.
Right.
And I am prepared. Prepared to live. And prepared to die.
That's the spirit, Lucien.
You're such an idiot.
Hey. We've got your Lumina converter, yeah? I believe. I'm ready for my Lumina.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent? We'll need more field testing once we land.
Okay.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got you covered.
Great. Thanks, buddy.
Maybe they age differently in this world because of the stress. I don't know.
Hey.
Hey yourself.
Catherine. I like that name, Catherine. I've always enjoyed that name. I don't know why. I think it's a cool name. One of my best friends when I was younger, the Catherine.
You okay? Want to talk about it?
Yeah,
No, she's the only one who actually cares. She's the only one who asked how we were doing. I mean, listen. People said I looked in my mid-20s up until not so long ago. Like, I literally had people in my late 30s telling me I still look like I was in my mid-20s. I feel like that has changed in the past 4 years. I think I aged a little bit more in the past few years. I've had a lot to deal with. I think that didn't help for sure. I'm a little more tired. I'm starting to get a few gray hairs here and there. I think I'm starting to catch up with my age. But, you know, you can look very different. And I've seen 20-year-olds that look older than me. What's the name of that football player? There's one football player. I think he's Portuguese. He legitimately looks like 40-something. And the dude's like 20-something. Or was, at least, when I last saw him. Some people just look older. That's it. Ronaldo still looks young? Yeah, I guess so. Hold on. Portuguese football player that looks old. I am not finding what I'm looking for. What's up, Ash? No, the other football. Sorry. Soccer, as you guys would call it. How are you doing, Ash? COVID aged a bunch of people. Was he Portuguese? I don't know. I thought he was. It doesn't matter. But yeah, there's one football player that I know that I always thought he looked 40, and then suddenly one day I'm like, they talk about him and he's like 26 or something, and I was like, jeez. Yeah, I've been alright. I've been alright. Taking a little bit of a break from Elden Ring because it's such a long game. Doing Expedition 33 finally. It's and this is episode 3, and we've just finished yesterday's stream on the big cutscene from the beginning of the game, which I'm sure you know which one. So we're taking our time. You get to the DLC, I never finished that. In Elden Ring, I don't believe so, no. I don't think I've seen anything from the DLC yet. I pretty much stopped when we got to the Altus Plateau for the first time. Somewhere around that time, right? That's when I put a pin in Elden Ring for now. Platinum this game, loved it so much. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I saw you were you played it for a while there. I really love the soundtrack so far. It's been great. I obviously haven't seen much of it, so.
Actually, no.
That's okay.
Aw.
What about you? You say goodbye to Derek?
Oh, she lost someone too.
Oh, that was over ages ago.
Okay, low-key, that's kind of... Oh yeah, no, we weren't together anymore, so who gives a fuck? Poor Derek. Poor Derek can die for all I care. That was Catherine yesterday. Well, I mean, earlier today, I guess. In the game. Oh, or maybe, hold on, maybe not. Maybe Derek is still alive, but she had to say goodbye because she's leaving on the expedition, which is a very different scenario then.
Oh, sorry. I really thought you guys would work out.
It's for the best. I need full focus on the expedition and our team. We're all we have.
Okay, okay. Catherine's focused on the job. I appreciate that.
Yeah. We're all we have. Hey.
Hey yourself.
Don't worry, buddy.
Great.
All right. I need to make sure I don't miss anything here. What's up, Warren? How are you doing? I haven't talked to any of those guys yet. Let's do a circle around. We're gonna go around the circle and then come back to this. Hello? Oh, I think that's the guitar player. She's barefooted. Don't ask how I noticed. I just did. But that's the guitar player.
I can't believe you're working right now.
Instantly recognized. I'm just an observant person. That's it. Nothing more.
Tristan dragged me here.
Lune means moon in French, as I'm sure most of you know. It's a cool name. I've never met anyone named like that. That's not really a first name you would give to anyone. Not in French, at least. But Tristan dragged me here.
Is that the final spot? It's amazing you triangulated Expedition Zero's landing site.
Oh, is she researching like locations for us to go to? What's up, Jackie? I'd recognize those feet anywhere. You said it, not me. I've never been that big in 2 feet, believe it or not. I don't know. It's not much of a thing for me. But apparently a lot of people online are. That's what I've noticed over the years of being in the gaming sphere. And a crazy number of people are in 2 feet. So much so that it has to be a meme. What's up, Sleepy? I think part of it is a meme, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a woman. I'm sure women have a much more accurate opinion on that. Yeah, Tixar.
Theoretically, extrapolated from the archives, but that was 67 years ago. So much of the landscape has changed.
Ooh, okay. So the landscape keeps changing. That's interesting.
I trust your calculations.
Thanks.
It's a good strategy when tracing their steps. They're the only expedition with any survivors, and they made it to the monolith, so...
Hold on. They're the only expedition with any survivors, and they made it to the monolith. Right. I was trying to understand what that meant, because when you say, you know, they're the only expedition with any survivors, I'm assuming they're still alive, which is not possible because, you know, it was so long ago, they obviously they can't be still alive. What I think he means is they came back. It's the only expedition that some of them came back and they were able to explain what they've done. Hence, you know, some of the knowledge that I'm assuming they have, right? Which makes sense. You want to... You know, there needs to be a way for the expedition to have some idea of what's going on in the world, right? So having an expedition that came back and sort of like explain some of the things and all that makes a lot of sense. But they made it to the monolith, but clearly that wasn't enough to solve the whatever's happening. And some of them came back and told the story to the rest of them. Cool. That makes sense to me. What's up, Cryptic? I'm gonna take a note about that. Where do I put this? In the setting? I'm gonna put that in secondary characters for now. Expedition 0. First expedition to leave. Only one to have survivors coming back, which is kind of weird, by the way. That's something that, you know, kind of weird. Like, you would assume that the expeditions get better at performing whatever they're supposed to perform, right? Exploring and it's interesting that the first one is the only one that had people coming back. I guess maybe they got an idea of, you know, like they went out, they scouted, got an idea of what they were up against, and then came back to explain. The other ones are trying to achieve whatever the goal is to stop whatever's happening, which, you know, it's like we either we're doing it or we die trying, right? Maybe the first expedition didn't have that mentality. Maybe that's why. Beginner's luck, yeah. Maybe so, maybe so. What's up, Magna? How are you doing today? But beginner's luck and you know, like assuming like at least 66 further expeditions fail, that's a lot. Or 65, I'm not sure of the math there. And made it to the monolith. Cool, okay. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you.
Assuming the records are correct, my calculations are correct, that they left clear markers, that the road conditions haven't changed, that...
Okay, so we're following the steps of the first expedition who made it all the way to the monolith. Cool, cool. Also, I've just noticed like the sort of imprints. It's almost like tattoos, but also like it looks like circuit imprints on her arm. I don't know exactly how it's, you know. It almost feels like scars, but they're golden colors. So I don't know exactly what kind of body modification it is, but it looks really cool on her arm there. Again, like, you know, a lot of geometry and stuff like that seems very important in that aesthetic. I mean, you know, the gommage is an event where people die at a certain point, right? But they can die of other reasons. I'm sure some people just die of sickness or accidents or whatever. But I think those two things are, you know, I'm not sure the point you're trying to make, but...
You need a drink.
Wow, Gustav is all about that drink, huh?
Go away, Gustav.
Yeah, let her work. She wants to work.
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
Why is she mean to me? And why does that instantly make her my favorite character? I don't know. More food. Children. Disgusting. What are these children doing here? They should be in bed. Wonder when they first noticed the gommage or linked it to the number. How old was the first person who got gommage? Yeah, I don't know. Like, does it happen instantly on year 100? Like, you know, or... I mean, obviously, you wouldn't assume there's a ton of 100 years old everywhere. But if there's one and they just disappear in thin air, you assume that's not a natural death, right? So... But yeah, how long does it take you to actually associate it with that? Probably at least, you know, the first time it happens, you're like, oh, that was kind of weird. I would guess by the second time it happens, you kind of cross-reference the situations and you're like, oh shit. Right? I would assume at least, unless there were a lot of like 100-plus-year-olds that died, and they instantly figured, well, that's the, you know, the commonality between all of them, so... But yeah, I mean, you would at least have to wait a year to confirm that not only the calendar's going down and that this is what's happening, right? So, yeah, at least a good year would be necessary for sure. I mean, again, if I was writing the story, that's how I would internalize it for myself, right? So that explains the giant glowing number on the horizon, yeah. Yeah, otherwise, like, how would you know, right? You wouldn't even know it's a year countdown until 1 year passes, right? But this is, to me, this is really funny because this is like retro-engineering the writing of a story, right? And funny enough, like, I feel like as a writer, when I'm writing my stories, I do the same thing. I have stuff that I've decided is happening because it's cool or because I think it's, you know, it does what I want it to do from like a thematic standpoint or whatever, but I don't know exactly how it works yet, right? I figure out how it's working later. The first important thing is it needs to be cool the way I want it. And then I sort of figure out, okay, now how do I make this work, right? And I develop the rules and I develop the logic behind it and the reasons, and that's how you come up with that's how I come up with like a full story and a world and stuff like that. I start with one cool thing and then I go from there and I try to explain it and justify it. So in this way, like when you play a game like this, like when you play a video game or you read a story or you watch a movie, you do the same, you can do the same process, right? You're going from what you're seeing and you're like, okay, what can explain that? How do you get from there to everything else, right? That makes for a pretty interesting analysis, I think. I'm convinced they made all this plot so they can only have young and hot people. Nobody can change my mind. Yeah, they didn't. They started making the game, and they were like, "Oh man, we really can't model old people. We just suck at it. Let's just not have any."
Gustav, we got something for you.
Oh, are those my apprentices? I just trash talk my apprentices. That's kind of rude. Is that my own personal book? Is there my name on it?
Field notes. So when you come back, you can tell us everything.
Thank you. There's a flaccid Eiffel Tower on it. I love the used leather look. That's very cool.
They'll definitely want that for the museum. The complete record of the expedition that destroyed the Paintress.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Oh, and if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
Oh, cool. That connects back to that thing we saw in the menu. Nice.
I shall faithfully record all our adventures, every strange and wondrous thing.
And Nevrons.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Luminaire.
Ooh, okay.
I promise.
Promise.
Adrien?
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
Thank you, Adrien. Monsieur. I love that they say Monsieur with a French accent, but then it's G. That's kind of a nice sort of...
I should check on Maya. She's probably alone, as usual.
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, Megna, about like how different the world would be, right? And some of the culture would be because of, well, you know, simply the events that are happening and how it affects everyone. Kind of daunting, really. Okay, let's see. May also be responsible for the shield dome, which I assume protects Lumiere. Yeah. At least asked his apprentices to take care of it while he's gone. Yeah, 30 would be, at this point, 30 would be old for them, yeah, for sure. At this point in the history of Lumiere, 15 is like midlife crisis, right? Maybe even, shit, maybe, not even then, because of the, you know, each year you lose 2 years. So, 10 years old at this point would be a midlife crisis, right? Yeah, if that kid is 10, he's gonna die at 21 or 22, depending on when he's born, right? That's rough. He's already ill. Yeah, that's what's happening. That's why they look so old and tired. He's having a midlife crisis already. Oh shit. I just got an email that I got into the 2xKO closed beta. Might want to try that later today. Not on stream, of course, but... yeah, I'm curious about that game. My only issue right now is that my Riot account is in the US. It's located in the US. I'm gonna bring it back to Europe, like in October or something, when the cooldown period ends. But right now it's in the US, which means if 2xKO is linked to that, the ping's gonna be unplayable. But I can play the practice mode and stuff like that. Yeah, nice, Quasi. Nice.
I'll use everything.
Alright, those kids, we're done with them. Let's see. I'm assuming this is locked. No. Yeah, Quasi. Yeah, I watched Maximilian Dude play the Tokon beta. It seems alright. I'm not a big fan of Marvel, so it kind of it doesn't appeal to me. But the game mechanically seems interesting.
Ready for tomorrow?
Bastien.
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander 32. Congrats.
Oh, interesting. They already decide who's gonna command the next expedition.
I've already claimed Alan's office. It's got a nicer view then, man.
It's a bit like the Apollo program, right? You know well in advance that you're gonna command a mission later down the line, right? That's kind of cool. Hopefully it doesn't have to go, because we're gonna succeed, right?
A view of the Paintress. You're sicker than I thought.
Let's be honest, the game's about us. There's a pretty good chance we're gonna succeed, right? Obviously, we're not gonna get into any, you know, spoiler discussions or whatever, but you would assume that the game you're playing, you know, unless there's a unhappy ending, which is, you know, which is possible too. Sad endings are possible. Yeah, Quasi. View of the Paintress, you're sicker than I thought. Oh, so the office of the expedition commander has a view of the office. Also, I'm assuming Alan is our commander, since he left his office, right?
She won't be there for long.
Oh, I just noticed something. Look at the fucking... Okay, you can't really see it. Look at the symbol on his back. That's the Paintress. I didn't realize before now, but that's the Paintress, like, crossing her arms on her own legs, on her knees. Sit down on like her sort of seat monolith thing, right? That's a really cool design. You can see, I don't know, can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can see my mouse. You can see like the arms here, crossed on her knees, legs, and her head bent down. That's such a cool design. Holy fuck. Same idea when someone rolls their eyes at some fiction saying, what are the chances this happens to these characters? Like, what do you want the story to be about? People who missed all the action? Yeah, that's the thing. It's, I don't remember what it's called, but there's a term for it in, like, narrative theory. Which is the, you know, the bias that, obviously you write the story about the exceptional, unique things that happen. Not like the, you know, mundane, you know. It is a story because those things happen, right? Yeah. Survivorship bias? No, that's not it. There's a specific, like, specific to narrative theory, but I don't remember what it is. Is the Paintress hot? I don't know. That you tell me. I've barely seen what she looks like. She seems very tall, based on what we've seen. So. Seems like a sort of titanic figure. So if you have like a thing for, you know, I know it's a king for some people. It would be interesting to read a story about some random farmers during a dragon attack. I'm sure people have written that, like the mundane, you know, of a fantasy world. I also think it would be interesting.
If we fail, though.
When one falls, we continue. We'll pick up and we'll push on. But I know we will meet again.
Okay. He's very confident. Also, I'm sure he wants us to succeed, then he doesn't have to do it, right? I like that is a, what do you call that? Like a bracer? What do you call like a shoulder thing that he has? A band? I don't know. I like that it already says like 32, right? An armband, thank you. Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. All right, this
When one falls,
Bastien is very confident that we're gonna succeed, and if we don't, he's ready to go. That's nice. Only seen about 20 minutes of this game, today being the first time I've seen it. Yeah, there was a whole cutscene where we saw her, but hold on, I'm gonna show you. I took a screenshot of one of the shots because it was so beautiful. That's the paintress right there. Before she erases the number 34 and then paints the number 33. And our little characters in the foreground. Which is obviously like, this is like a, you know, stylized shot, right? It doesn't actually look like that. It's to emphasize the sort of like, you know, ominous presence of the paintress and the threat of the whole thing, and the characters being so small in front of it. So maybe this is not to scale at all. Who the fuck knows, right? But it does seem rather Titanic. Yeah. I could see her being like some sort of old entity or of some kind. Yeah, I went back to it's not a very high resolution because I went back on the Steam overlay, right, to capture the shot. I'm sure if you look like for a high resolution YouTube video and full screen it probably would be a much better resolution. Yeah, just full screen like a 4K video of the cutscene, and I'm sure that'd be good enough. Although I guess it would have some compression, right? But I feel like most kinks are something people enjoy because they're fiction, not necessarily want to translate them in real life. Interesting. I don't feel that way personally. Most of my kinks are doable and realistic. Yeah, I don't know. But I guess it's different for everyone. It's clearly different for the people who want to be eaten alive, for instance. You know, I'm laughing not because I'm judging, it's just like, I always thought it was a funny one.
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter.
Oh, Tristan, I've heard of you.
Launch test runs as soon as we land.
Cool.
Perfect.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Okay, that's an interesting note. Obviously, the name, you know, they pronounce it Lune, which I find interesting because it's a French word, right? Lune, which means moon. In a French game, you would assume that at least the name would be pronounced the French way, but no. I guess Lune sounds better than just Lune. Easier to pronounce, maybe, for English people. I wonder how they pronounce it with the French dub. That's a good question. Yeah, I'd be curious. Yeah. Yeah, Lune sounds a little more natural for a name. Lune seems a bit short, right? Sounds a bit Japanese, yeah. Yeah, Lune sounds very much like anime name, for sure. Does she seem preoccupied? She's been distant lately. Maybe because she's going on an expedition tomorrow.
Well, it's Lune.
This feels different.
Okay, the implication here is that Lune is a bit neurotic or something. Hold on, I'm gonna take a note about that. I mean, I'm gonna have to decide main, secondary. Like, is Sophie... I mean, she is a main character, but I don't think we're gonna see very much of her anymore, so... yeah, it's hard to determine what goes into the main and secondary category, I guess. According to Tristan, seems preoccupied. on the eve of the expedition. More than usual. Implying she's typically a worried person. No, not all of them, I don't think. Pixar. Just when something notable comes up, right? Some of them don't really give you much, right? It's just... But some of them have more characterization or things that seem more interesting. I've put a few in them. I've put a few in there, like Florian, for instance, I thought was very interesting. We may never see that character again, for all I know, but he seemed interesting because there was the whole, like, punishment from the you know, thematically it's an interesting character because of, like, the religious aspect of it, right? You know, would I take a note of or not? It really depends on how I feel about it. There's no real rhyme or reason to it.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6. She hates personal questions.
Alright, she hates personal questions.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine.
Okay.
I just finished calibrating.
Who are you?
You came.
Maybe to avoid a character being mistaken as Lune in English. Yeah, but that's the thing. In French, you would pronounce it Lune, right? With an U, not... So it would be different, but... Yeah, I mean, I assume Lune is just easier and sounds better in English, for sure. Even in French, I mean, Lune would be a weird name. Because it's such a common word. I don't know. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I should.
Hey, what's up, Lucy? I like Lucy. That's a good name.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
She's been avoiding us, I think.
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
Oh, interesting. Was she initially supposed to be on the expedition and then she decided against it? That's really kind of cool. That's interesting. And then Seba, we met Seba earlier, right? He's the first guy we talked to. Decided to take her spot.
Do you?
Ha! That's what matters ultimately, right? Do you think you're a coward? It doesn't matter what I think. I like that.
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Okay, low-key, my writer instinct is telling me that this line is super important thematically. This line feels like a little foreshadowing in passing. I don't know, call it writer instinct, but I'm like, okay, this feels like a sentence that's gonna mean something very, you know, far down the line. And he's just being thrown out there for no reason. That's what I would do, right? I love doing that. I love throwing little things out there that seem to mean nothing. And then by the end of the story, you go back and you're like, holy fuck, just that was the whole point of the story. I'm gonna write that one down. That one seems cool. I'm also gonna have to move that around a little bit. I'm already being cramped. Zoop. Lucy. Apparently was supposed to be on the expedition, but decided to stay behind. Seba took her spot. said she didn't feel like a coward anymore, meaning she did at some point. That's interesting. And then said what I believe to be foreshadowing or a thematic anchor. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves. I may want to remember that one. There we go. Nice. Love that. They're turning the novel I'm writing into a game. That's news. Oh, I think there maybe I'm thinking maybe a mod thought you were talking about the game, but you were actually talking about your own story. No big deal, Cryptic. Just a misunderstanding, I guess. You know how the mods, you know, better safe than sorry approach, right? Alright, let's see. I really like that line, though. It's making me think a lot.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
That's a good one.
More like rediscover happiness. One Gomash left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
This is interesting because this feels like a conversation we could have had with Sophie, right? Lucy seemed to be on the same sort of path Sophie was, towards the acceptance of the situation, right? Accepting that you probably can't change anything, and so you just make peace with the however time you have left, right? And then instead, you know, obviously Gustave is not that kind of person. Gustave is a stubborn fighter of a man, right? He wants to change things. He wants to save people. He might have a little bit of a savior complex or something. But, yeah, this is interesting because this could very well be a conversation we would have had with Sophie for sure. Rediscover, right? Rediscover what happiness means. You only have so much time, so how do you define what it is to be happy in sort of this frame? Which I think, well, I think that one of the strengths of this story is that while it's a completely fictional fantasy sort of scenario, it very much applies to real life, right? I mean, we just don't know when the gommage is happening, but it's happening at one point or another. Death comes to us all. We just don't have a number that tells us when. At least in most cases, unless you have like an illness and the doctor tells you have that much time left, right? But also it's interesting because despite the numbers going down, you again, like I said earlier, you could still die from a fucking random accident before that. But I think there's a lesson there. I think Lucy's approach, Sophie's approach as well, there's a lesson there. There's something to take away from this. We're just making sure that your happiness doesn't necessarily depend on what you'll do later down the line, right? I think that's a big lesson that's hard for me personally to apply to my life. I very much am a goal-oriented person. I'm always thinking of what's the next step of what I can do and what I can build and what I can, you know, how I can make my future life better and stuff like that. I'm very much not someone who finds contentment in what I have right now. Even when I, you know, I've always said that in the past, but I don't think I know what it means to be happy. Because I don't know. Even if things are super nice and everything is cool, I'm like, okay, what's the next, you know, what's the next step? I just don't have that personality of being like, oh yeah, I'm just content with what I have right now. Let's just sit with that, right? Which I think is what prevents me from finding happiness in a lot of ways. Yeah, I don't know. Let's. Okay, no rain tonight. I'm gonna need to open my window. It's getting pretty warm in here. How cold is it getting? 12? Oh, that's awesome. It's gonna be fucking cold. Alright, I'm gonna go open. Oh, okay, hold on. After that conversation.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The Paintress stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
And that's the other side of the coin. Gustav is very much... I can relate to Gustav a lot. Goals and dreams. Makes it hard to be satisfied, but just always push for more, I guess. Happiness is recognized by researcher now as not the destination, but a direction. Interesting. I guess I haven't found the direction that makes me happy yet. I don't think I've ever felt happy in my life. Maybe once for a very brief moment. But I think it was more of a, you know, sort of illusion of happiness. So I don't think it would have lasted, that feeling would not have lasted very long, even, you know, in an ideal scenario. Yeah, I think that's something everyone has to decide for themselves, Tixar. I don't think there's like one definition. I think that's the whole point of this, right? Happiness is a very individual thing. I don't know if it's optimal, sorrow, but it's definitely healthy, right? Outcome independent thinking is typically considered healthier. Yeah.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
I like that. By freeing herself from all of this nonsense, right, and focusing on her mind, feeling free in spite of everything happening, that's an act of defiance, right? That's how she sort of removes the power that the Paintress and this whole, you know, situation has on her. She refuses to let that affect her. I think it's interesting. A cool way of looking at it. Stoicism, yeah.
If you say so.
I don't think Gustav is very convinced by that approach. He's a very, you know, I don't think Stoicism works well with Gustav. I get it. I feel that.
Do you think I'm a coward for
Okay. Okay, so we have 1, 2, and then the kid. I still haven't found a third token, have I? Doesn't tell me how many I have. I think I have 2. Alright, I'm gonna go open my window real quick and I will return. It's just getting really warm in here. Anyway, if you're not familiar with window time, I'm just gonna leave for 30 seconds, open my window, get some proper fresh air, and we'll continue. It's only gonna take a few seconds, so don't go anywhere. Thank you, RGZ, for the gift sub to window time. Appreciate it. 46 total. Thank you, thank you. And window time, now's your time. All right. Thank you for your patience.
Commander?
Oh, shit. That's the commander. Alan, I think.
Gustav?
Look at this handsome man.
Saw you with Sophie. You talked?
Yeah, yeah. Where's your daughter?
Leona's upset. Doesn't want to see me.
Her daughter's name is Leona. That's nice. I like that they put an accent on Leona. It's not a very French name, though. I've never met anyone named Leona. I mean, maybe it's a weird, like, feminization of Leon, but...
Shit.
So the daughter is upset because he's leaving on an expedition. No, I can see that.
It's okay. She doesn't need to understand, as long as she gets to live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
No pressure, huh?
Hopefully Leona doesn't end up being like, who was that lady that her dad left for the expedition? She was very upset about it because he never came back. I don't remember her name. It was one of the ladies we talked to yesterday. I don't think I took a note about that. I did actually. Eloise. It was Eloise. Yeah. Hopefully Leona doesn't end up feeling the same. Oh shit. I thought I brought down the notes and I wanted to bring them back up, but no.
Oh no. Lots of pressure. You and Lune and your Lumina tech, that's our edge.
Thanks, but that's not. Everyone has a role. Lucien, Tristan, Catherine, and you made us into a...
The voice actors trying to pronounce the French word it's giving me life. I think it's amazing.
We have a really good team, thanks to you. That's our edge.
Hell yeah.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
That seems to be like a saying, right? One says tomorrow comes, the other says doesn't it always. I think that's the second time we hear that particular interaction.
I think there's other survivors out there.
Jérôme. Maybe, yeah. Maybe there's other survivors. That's possible.
Doubtful. We would have seen signs.
Okay. Pessimistic.
But not impossible. Maybe if they have shield domes. But they would have been overrun by Nevrons before they could build any.
Okay.
We were lucky the fracture dropped us out here. Bought us time to get our defenses up.
Okay, so the Nevrons are a threat. They're, you know, a type of enemy that I'm assuming kills humans. But they were dropped far in the ocean, so they were able to build the fence and that shield dome that prevents the Nevrons from attacking. Cool.
I don't know. People are resourceful. and Nevrons can't be everywhere, I'm betting on human ingenuity.
I like that.
I don't know.
I like that.
Come, let's play some cards.
Michelle, yeah, let's play some cards. Minigame? Question mark?
No way. Everyone knows you cheat.
Oh, maybe not.
That's just what sore losers say. Come now. You're going to be a little cautious mouse with the paintress too.
Cautious is good. Keeps you alive.
We're expeditioners. Stay smart, yes, but be bold, huh? You can't win if you don't play.
If anyone has a gambling addiction current in chat right now listening, this is very poor advice. Just to, you know. Do not take this at heart, please.
Money's no good out there anyway. Why are you trying to fleece me?
'Cause winning's fun.
Oh, we're not playing? Oh, shit. I thought we were gonna have a card game.
Come, let's play some cards.
That would have been something to take from, like, the older Final Fantasies. Card game.
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
Okay, Jules, you gotta calm down. We're probably going out on an adventure to our death. This is not very cool. Oh, that's it?
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
Why are you here? You serve no purpose. Also, I haven't found another token. Wait, did I find one and I don't remember?
Aha! That's still gonna cost you a token.
No, I only have 2.
Not a chance.
Your loss.
Because I'm worried that going down there and talking to Mael is gonna, you know, push the story forward. Let me, I guess I'll just... That's a picto, that's fashion, so I'm assuming a costume, and that's... What was that again? An artifact? I don't think she really explained what it was.
Welcome back.
Yeah, the artifact. It just didn't really say what it was, which makes me curious. Okay, so I think the one I'm not gonna take is... let's say I only have 2. I guess I care less about the picto for some reason. Like a gameplay thing, you know, pure gameplay thing. I'm more interested in like a mysterious artifact or a costume, I guess. Alright, yes, I'm curious. Here's a token.
Yes, I'm curious. Here's a token.
Take good care of it. Godspeed.
An old key for an old door. Oh, that was definitely the right choice. An old key for an old door. I'm assuming the door's not around here. Assuming it's gonna have a, you know, something to do with something we find later. I'm very happy that I picked that. I'll get... I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing with costumes. If they're silly costumes, like her glasses and all that, I don't care much for them. I'm gonna look at them once, laugh at it, and then equip my, you know, cool-looking equipment again. Because you know, I like the immersion. I like the sort of serious approach to this. But if it's a cool outfit, I probably want it. The picto is probably, you know, like it's an item. If I can get it later, then all is fine. If I can't get it later, maybe I'm missing on a cool skill. I don't know. I hate choices like that.
Ready for your new haircut?
Alright, gameplay comes last. It's all about the lore and the you know, the visuals and all that stuff. Gameplay comes last. I've decided. Alright, let's see what you got.
Alright, let's see what you've got.
Amandine, try. I almost went French. I love when I read a French name with, you know, the proper French accent. My accent changes. My brain switches to French. So then I'm reading like a French person. Amandine tries to experiment with Gustave's hair. Like it you know, completely switches my brain to French. Amandine tries to experiment with Gustave's hair. Oh boy. It's looking good? Fuck yeah. I got it. Oh! Well.
Voila. Looking very fine indeed. You'll die with a gorgeous head of hair.
Thank you, Amandine. I mean, it's alright. It's not too bad. I don't know. I think I looked better before. What's up, Shepard? You'll die with a gorgeous... Also, did you hear what you just said? You'll die with a gorgeous head of hair. It's kind of rude. I mean, it's okay. I don't mind the man bun. I think it can be... Man buns are cool. It's the part... The big side part with the man bun kind of looks a little awkward. I don't know. I think it's more of a... It doesn't suit his face. More than... actually, it's not a bad haircut. It just doesn't suit his face, I don't think. Alright, let's change it back. Shall we? Gustave. Yeah, look, how much better do I look with the normal hair? Love that. Yeah, I think it would look better if it was like completely pulled back, right? Maybe. Yeah, the deep side part, not the play.
Still gonna cost you a token, though.
Yeah, well, I couldn't find the last one, so... Have I missed something, maybe? Yeah, I have no interactions. Like, I don't have any, I can't break things, I can't open things. I'm not seeing any item anywhere. I gotta try maybe behind. Oh! Nope. Okay, well, maybe there was a choice to be made, or maybe we'll still get one later. Maybe Mael will give us one. It does feel like, you know, push the story forward type of thing, but we'll see. I did talk to the kid, yeah. He didn't have much to say. It was just like, oh, so cool, expeditions. He did not have much to say. I made sure, I double checked that I talked to everyone. Le bourré? Le bourreli? Okay. What's the fucking kid doing on that? Is he dancing? There's a kid dancing on the boat right there. Why is that here? He's doing like Tai Chi or something. Also, there's a piano on the boat? Wait, there's someone playing the... Is that implied that this is the person playing the piano that we are hearing right now? Is that the big implication? That's kind of funny though. There's a person playing the piano and the kid dancing. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, obviously the music is, you know, it's way too loud to be coming from this specific thing, but maybe it's a little, you know, a little Easter egg, right? The person's implied to be playing the piano for the festival. Yeah, I don't know, DJ. This one, all the boats are rocking except this one. This one's very stable. Probably because the characters are on it. Yeah, like from a technical standpoint, they had to sort of... Because they couldn't make everything move, like, well together. Maybe the kid is, like, moving his weight perfectly with the movement of the waves, which completely stabilizes the... No, none of the other boats. I just looked at that earlier. Yeah, none of the other boats have people on them. It could be just a technical limitation. Maybe they can't have like everything move exactly right, so they prefer, you know, they prefer not have it move than look weird. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he looks like a kid, but he does have an expedition uniform, that's true. Yeah, maybe it's on a rock or something. Who knows? I don't think it's very important. Alright, cool. Le Goéland, nice. This boat's name is the Seagull. Nice. Now I'm curious about the other boats' names. Oh, that one's the Goéland too, the Seagull. They run out of name ideas. No, I'm currently on DLSS quality mode. Unfortunately, it was the camera had a bit of a stutter here and there, at least early on. I don't know, maybe is it better now? Yeah, it actually looks smooth now. Maybe the early area was a little glitchy with that. It does look fine now. Yeah, I'll switch back to DLLA, and if it runs fine like that, yeah, maybe it depends on the map. We'll see if it's fine from now on. Maybe just the first area because it was, you know, wider. We'll see. They were all like the models on the shore, the harbor. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's a lot sharper now. Like the hair finally looks good. I hate DLSS. I just fucking hate DLSS. It looks so terrible. But that's what we do now. Every video game does it. It looks noticeably sharper. I want to look at Miles' face. There you go. Looks a bit pensive. Alright, let's see.
I knew I'd find you here. Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
Okay. Chill out, Mael.
Yeah, I know. Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one more time.
Oh, I'm her guardian. I don't know if that was established before that. So there's like sort of a, you know, father-daughter sort of relationship there. Interesting.
The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your Gamage.
Okay, hold on. She has 9 years left. I need to do some math. I know this. Probably some of you think it's obvious, but to me, I need to do like the precise math. I need to see it for now. So right now we're on 33. So 32. She has 8 years left. 31, 7, 36, 29, 5, 28, 4, 27, 3, 26, 2, 25, 1, 24 would be when she goes. Which means she's gonna be 24 in 9 years. Meaning she's 15? Hold on, she has 9 years left. Next year she's gonna have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So she'll be 24. Yeah, okay, she could be 15 or potentially, depending on when she's born. She could turn like 25 just after the previous year, right? Which would mean she would be 16 right now. Wait, no, hold on, because if that was the case, she would already be 16. I'm so... this is... Okay, hold on. Could she be 16 now? 16, 17, 18, 19... No, wait, I'm doing it wrong. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24... Oh, yeah, okay. That could work. 25. If she's 17, she dies at 25. If she's 16, that works. If she's 15... Okay, she's 15 or 16. One of the two. Both, you know, end on 24. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. She could be 15 or 16, depending on when she's born, basically. Yeah, because if she's already if she's 15 right now, she will be 24 when it switches to 24. If she's 16, she will be 24 before, you know, like at some point during that year as well. Okay. Cool. Cool. How about disabling DLS overall? Yeah, I like games that allow you to do that. I don't think this one does. I mean, basically what this game... You still have like the DLSS option turned on, but then you turn on DLLA, which as far as I know just disabled any scaling. So DLSS is not really active, right? But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fine, Megna, no worries. But yeah, I have pretty strict... I have stricter rules than most channels on Twitch. I want no help whatsoever of any kind, ever. The only thing we accept is potentially English language questions. If like there's an English word that is not specific to the game world, for, you know, for instance, like just an English word that I don't know, then chat can help me with that, because otherwise I would just Google it. But that's the only exception. Yeah, not even math help. No, I need to figure out the math myself. Even if it's painful to watch. DLLA costs more performance than no DLSS at all, as far as I understand. Yeah, it's a type of anti-aliasing, right? Aliasing? I don't know how you pronounce that. So yeah, that's an interesting thing about Mael. I didn't think about that until just now. Has to be 15 or 16 based on Gustave's comment that she has 9 good years to go. Still decided to join the expedition, which seems to be unusual. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Most people would join the expedition when they have only a year left, right? That makes sense. Like, you know, I'm gonna die next year, might as well try to do something. It's interesting that a teenager would decide to join. Interesting character trait. Looking forward to know more about that. Alias. Shit, hold on. Mosquito! Mosquito alert! Flew away.
We don't need to leave you. It's a lot to risk.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
I didn't get it. It flew again in front of me. I tried to catch it, but I didn't get it. 1 year out there is better than 9 years in here. Okay, she is clearly unhappy with the life she's currently living. 1 year out there's better than 9 years in here. Feels trapped in Lumiere. Right, she says in here, right? Clearly she feels trapped. Unhappy. Wants to find some kind of freedom out there, maybe? Question mark? Interesting. We're getting on to some like super interesting themes right now, which, you know, going back to my list here, one that I hadn't thought about was freedom. And, you know, the theme of freedom related to feeling trapped by that sort of system, right? That sort of situation you're in. It's kind of linked to hope, of course, and fatalism, of course, as well. We're gonna have to start developing those themes at some point, but yeah, it's starting to paint an interesting thematic sort of what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I can't find a word. A fresco? I'm using a painting word, which is very, you know, on theme, I guess. Fresco doesn't sound like what it is, as opposed to fresque in French. What's up, Ren? How are you doing today? Dun, dun, dun. 9 years out there is better than 9 years in here.
I know you think that.
1 year, sorry. Gustav, not convinced. I'm assuming he wants to protect her. The sort of father figure type thing.
If anyone should stay, it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
We haven't really seen many of those. We know Gustav has a sister that was mentioned by Mael early on in the game. That's about it.
So do you.
No, I don't.
Aww.
Emma thinks of you as family.
Lumia is not my home. Not the way it is for you.
Interesting. I wonder if she means that literally. Is she like coming from somewhere else? In which that raises a lot of questions. Or does she just means that she never felt home here? Which I'm assuming that's what it means, right? It doesn't seem like the world, you know, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of other places that people travel to and from outside of the expeditions.
Besides, this way I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Oh, Emma is the sister. Right. That's what I'm thinking, based on that.
Right. Because she needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
Doubly lucky, since now I have two.
Aww. Okay, so she thinks of her a little bit like a little sister. Nice. So still like a sort of family bond, but yeah, not father-daughter, more like big brother and sister.
All right, enough chit-chat. Come on, old man, let's have a duel.
What the fuck? I love that we're having a nice moment and she's like, hey, let's fight, old man. That right there is avoidant behavior. The conversation was getting a little too serious, a little too emotional, right? And so instantly Miley's like, oh no, let's have a fight. I can't deal with all these emotions. Yeah, she loves to fight, clearly. Okay, let's see. Before we get into that. Emma. Gustave's sister. She needs eyes everywhere. That seems like she maybe is a little overbearing, right? Could be a little overbearing based on the conversation with Mael about her having needing eyes everywhere. She and Gustave took care of Mael like a little sister. Loves to fight. Might have issues with intimacy. When Gustave said he considered her a sister, he quickly diverted the topic into fighting. I don't know if there's any accurate, you know, assessment there, but I like to take a note about it, just in case. She took a page from the kid yesterday who talked about beating up his brother every day. Yeah, that was funny. All right, let's have a duel.
Oh man.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Louvier now, no?
She has a point. She has a point. Yeah, vulnerability is a better word than intimacy, I think. I'm gonna actually change it. Vulnerability. Intimacy sounds more like relationship coded.
This time, I'm not messing around.
Oh shit! Do you wish to rematch with Mael? Sure. More fighting? Hell yeah. Oh, dude, that track is so good. The melody reminds me of something. I know that's not it, but it reminds me of a song that goes like that. A classical song, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let's fight. What do we do? I'm just gonna attack. Normal attack. Let's get some AP. What is she attacking?
No shame losing to a superior fighter.
Dude, she's taking like 5 minutes to get ready. brings her blade up, does a little thing with her hand. I don't know if she's like slicing her own hand or something. Like, it's very weird. More delayed than Elden Ring attacks. What difficulty is this? Expert. The hardest one, as far as I can tell. Yeah, she's talking smack on top of kicking my ass. Ridiculous. Alright, let's see. Lumière Assault. The impact of my attacks don't seem... What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm so bad at
Your Lumina
this.
converter works better than your dueling.
Okay, Mael, please. The impact sound of my attacks is not very loud, interestingly. She's cooking me. I haven't been able to parry a single attack. This is a nightmare. Hold on. Normal attack again. I'm getting low on AP. I mean, it feels like I should heal. 30% health. Oh my god, look at my character! What the fuck? I'm covered in blood! She's slicing me up! This is not just a friendly duel. Oh man. Yeah, she wasn't joking. She's really not playing around. I mean, healing's not gonna do much for me, right? So I don't want to use the limited amount of items I have. Let's just fight. Whatever. I just need to get better. Okay, she slices and then... Oh, got it! Mm. And now I have overcharge. Let's go.
For those who come after.
That was not enough. Combo. Ugh. I'm so bad. It's really hard because the combo, the first attack comes out super quick. The first one, she wastes like 5 minutes. Okay. Listen, you little shit.
Now, don't get too confident.
Well, so much for that. Oh, shit! We can't rematch. Aw. Who's that? She looks like Sophie a little bit. Doesn't she?
Ah, Emma's here. Your sister's going to be looking for you.
Never mind, that's my sister. She does look like Sophie a little bit, I think. They have similar facial features.
Our beloved chief counselor. Yeah, I should go talk to her.
Honestly, that's kind of weird on Gustave's part to be in love with a girl that looks so much like her sister, but his sister, but yeah, I don't know. Kind of awkward. What's up, Kaiser? Oh, she's a chief counselor. Oh shit. Okay, that explained why, you know, like Mael didn't want us to tell her sister that she took the grappling hook at the academy. Turns out she's a chief counselor of Lumière. Whoops. Makes sense, the overbearing nature and all that, right? Yeah. Small Jean Poon in Lumière? I mean, to be fair, that's not wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't get too drunk tonight, okay?
Oh, I won't.
My darling sister has arrived. She'll kill me if I don't say goodbye.
Well, that would be a terrible decision for a counselor. To undermine the expedition like that. Oh! Let's go!
Yes!
I was so sad. I really want to win this. Yeah, I love that Miles so on board with it, like, yes, let's go. Fighting, blood. I'm gonna slice you up. Yeah, I don't know if the fact that my attack don't feel like they have a lot of impact, I don't know if that's linked to the volume of the sound effects. But at the same time, I don't want to make them louder. It's already loud enough. Like, some of the sound effects are very much loud enough. I'm gonna just for the sake of experimenting, I'm gonna put that back to 70 and just see a normal attack. Yeah, it's just not very loud. Yeah, and then everything else is just, you know, deafeningly loud. Yeah. Alright, this is good, I think. You guys tell me if this feels... I should check my VODs for the sound balance, but I haven't done that yet. Yeah, that seems fine. Oh. Oh! Okay, I got the last one.
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
I only got the last one. Okay, so the first one is wait, slash, and the combo is like slash, slash, slash. It's a very regular triple slash. Lumière Soul. Nice. Hell yeah. Yes, Encthar, that's it. Tetris. That's, yes, Tetris, you're right. It does have a bit of the same melody as Tetris. You nailed it. That's it. Nice. That's why it's such a banger. Tetris has one of the best soundtracks of all time. Alright, overcharge.
For those who come after.
Ah! Dude! Oh my god! I feel like I pressed at the right time every time, and it wasn't. I don't remember having sound balance problems like that. Is it strange? Yeah, I don't know. Did you play on PlayStation or PC? Because, yeah, I mean, it could be just a PC issue. I don't know. Maybe the PlayStation balance PC? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's a little all over the place. Like, I feel like even the sound effects themselves are not well balanced, right? Which means you have to bring it low enough for some of the sounds not to be too loud, but then some of the other sounds are too quiet during the fights. It's not that big of a deal, but... Like, the normal slash is very quiet, for instance. But then the parry is super loud. Also, hell yeah! Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. If I was playing on my own, right, I would probably be like, eh, whatever, this is fine. The problem is I have to take into account the volume of my voice, the overall volume of the stream, right? There's a lot more things that I need to think about to make it a well-balanced sound thing, right? So maybe that's why you just didn't even care about it, right? But yeah, I think it sounds okay right now. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but it seems alright. God, this is such a good melody. I love it. Damage received, 136. Pathetic. That's a bird died. Sound effects could be louder. Okay.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere, eh?
Oh, now you brag? After getting literally beat up? Wow, it's not a good look, Gustav.
Congratulations, you beat a teenager. Take this token as your well-deserved prize.
Oh, shit! Token! Let's go! Yes! Can we fight again? Okay, we can fight again. I'm gonna use that to adjust the settings a little bit. The parry sound, that's very loud, yeah. But we're gonna parry a whole bunch, right? I'm gonna go back to 30 and see how it feels.
Yes!
This way I can also rewatch this part of the VOD and find it very easily because of the fight. And then I can use that to adjust the sound better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I mean, that's loud, but it's not like peaking in the red, so it's okay. If it's not peaking in the red, I'm fine with it. Like, it's not a permanent barrage of sound, right? It's just... Oh, damn it!
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
I was feeling so good! Overcharge.
For those who come after.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if the, you know, if the parries have impact, but it's not too loud, like it's not... If it's not loud to the point that it makes you want to lower the volume of the stream based on where you would put it for my voice, then we're good, right? If it makes someone want to lower the volume because, like, you know, if you ideally, here's how I feel. Ideally, you would balance your volume of my stream based on my voice, right? For it to be good. And then the game needs to sit comfortably a little under that, right? So as long as it doesn't make you want to lower your volume, we're fine. Ah! Damn it! I only get the parry if I counter everything.
Let me paint death!
Whoa, that looked cool. That was a different one because it wasn't fully charged, I guess. It looked cooler. Also, I'm literally gaining XP right now. Okay, hold on. I have to know. Did anyone do that fight, or is there evidence of someone on the internet doing that fight over and over to get to like level whatever max level just on that fight, 2 XP at a time? There has to be a crazy person who's done that or is doing it. Highest I've seen was 10. Okay, that's so funny. I mean, I guess at some point it becomes so much XP that it becomes unrealistic, right? But there's gonna be a crazy person. I know for a fact. There's gonna be a crazy person that is gonna stream themselves for months and months. Like, maxing out their character just on that fight. If it's even possible. Not me, no. I am not that guy. But someone's gonna do it.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumi.
I mean, there's people who've maxed their characters out in, like, Midgar in Final Fantasy VII, right? Took them, like, months. But that's not gonna be me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's even a max level. Don't tell me, obviously, but I would assume it's level 99, like typically what it is, but don't tell me. Again, I don't want to know. But yeah, I mean, depending on what the max level is, if there is even one, it would... At some point, you just... Depending on how the XP scales, right? You just can't. At some point, it's just...
Yes!
Also, that's assuming the XP you gain doesn't go down. Which sometimes it does, too. Not only the XP demand for level up increases, but the XP you gain lowers. Which means it could go down all the way to 0, right? So yeah, hopefully... Oh, come on! I'm just trying...
losing to a superior fighter?
I'm trying to get one where I just don't get hit. I'm gonna shoot you in the face. Yeah, take that! I didn't expect she would react so much. That's so funny. Oh man. Ah!
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
The parrying's pretty hard, not gonna lie. It is a pretty tight window. But yeah, anyone but Soro, does anyone outside of Soro have an opinion about the sound balance? Is it still good? Is it better like that? What's up, Nico? Okay. I have to be slightly earlier than I think I have to be, I think. Sounds good? Okay. $10 says sounds okay. Thank you, $10 for the vote of confidence. Or should I say for the strong positive vote. This one's so much easier.
Let me take them!
I'm not sure what he says when he does that attack. The other one he says, for those who come after. This one, I don't know. I can't really make it out. I'm sure I'll eventually get around to understanding it properly, but... Something about death? What's up, Ruined? How are you doing today? Voice is still a few dBs above the game music. Something. Yep. Okay, cool.
Not bad for the oldest man in Luke.
I'm gonna try again. I need to try a perfect. That's just me being...
Yes!
Also, apparently Mael is super up for dueling, so... Okay. Nice. Assault. God damn it!
Hope your Lumina converter
It's
works
so
better
annoying.
than your
Either I
dueling.
get the last one or I get the first two. I never... I can't put it together. I don't understand why. There's something about the timing of the first and the first two and the last one that I can't put together. But this is good. I think we can use the practice. Because when we get out there for real, you know, we want to make sure, you know, we want to make sure we have all the experience we can get. Let's see, actually, I'm gonna just do normal attacks so I can practice parrying more. This one's easy. Yeah.
Down!
Oh, actually, skip turn. Nice. Got it. Nice. I think I'm good. Okay, how many people are doing challenges where they only skip turn because they want to do like parry only? I'm sure someone has done that. You never do anything but parrying. I've done that, but not voluntary. The whole game? Wait, how do you unintentionally never attack the whole game?
Not
Received 24 damage. Okay. No, I'm not BMing. I'm trying to get a perfect, just to see if it changes anything. Probably doesn't, but I want to try. Okay, normal attack. I'm getting the timing down though for the combo. Nice. Overcharge.
For those who come after.
Okay. We can finish there, I think. Overcharge?
Ah, this is weak.
Oh. Okay, so if you do it with no charge, he said, oh, this is weak. But I still blasted her. Adding insult to injury. First Google result when I Google is a video titled Parry Only No Hit. So yeah, nice, nice. That's crazy. Holy shit. That has to take a while, I would assume. So I got 2 XP, but I got no damage plus 20%. So no damage gives you bonuses in XP. Of course, 20% of 2 XP doesn't add anything, but interesting. That's good to know. Okay.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere, eh?
Conversation doesn't change though. Fair enough. Do I have any active mods? Or, because like people are saying wild shit in chat that doesn't get checked. This needs to be taken care of. Thankfully I can recognize when a message is going too far and I stop myself from reading too much of it. So. Yeah, it's alright, $10. I think we need to add mods, because clearly the current mods either can't watch for whatever reason or are too busy. So we're gonna have to add to the mod team for this one, because I can mod this playthrough. You don't have to tell me twice. Captain Dax, you get it too. There you go. Thank you guys, appreciate it. And yeah, no worries, $10. I understand. Again, I'm not getting mad at the mods. I'm mad at the situation. I'm mad at the people saying too much. The fact that I'm asking if, you know, the mods are there is just a side effect of that. But I sound angry because of the people posting stuff, not because of the mods not reacting. Yeah, no worries, Ren. Just, you know, just delete what seems to be deletable. What's up, Solipsist? How are you doing today? Yeah, there you go. Captain Dax was born for this. But yeah, no pressure, Ren. It's all good. Thank you for offering. Let's go, mods. Delete me. Mods, please indulge Jackie Rose. Have you never been deleted before, Jackie? This is your practice run, Ren. You can delete Jackie to see if you. But yeah, also yeah, deletion, not timeouts or anything unless asked for. Never ban or you know, never ban anyone or timeout anyone unless I ask for it. It's only deletion. Unless it's a bot, right? Like a advertising bot can be banned. You've been deleted before, but I'm happy to let the mod practice. Yeah, nice. What's up now, Mael? You were not even able to hit me once. Now I'm the one trash talking. Alright, that was cool. I like the idea of, you know, like learning the sort of pattern and... Hell yeah. There you go, Ren. Well done. Nice. Let's go, Jackie. Well done. But yeah, also Captain Dax for the blueprints playthrough. Obviously, it's gonna help a lot. I don't know how the blueprints community is, but I'm assuming it's the type of game that leads people to want to backseat because it has to be annoying to watch someone who doesn't find a solution that you know, right? You know, definitely the type of game. Yeah. Anything that's sort of a puzzle game is typically pretty heavy on the backseating. Yeah, Jackie. Have you played it? Have you played it on stream? Ren, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Jackie Rose. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. 225 total. Thank you. And Jackie Rose, you will be remembered. Mud Guild? That's great. I love Mud Guild. Yeah, should happen more. I did play the day it came out. Hell yeah, damn. How did it feel in general? Were people excited to watch? Did it work well for your channel? I don't know. A lot of people have told me that it's definitely a game that that it seems like it could be a game that fits my sort of playstyle and all that, right? But yeah. Yeah, you would think so, Sleepy. But the thing is, with the way we deal with the rules here, it goes way beyond like major plot stuff. Any detail is over the line, right? To give you an example, mentioning there is a final boss is already over the line. Obviously, I assume there is, but it's still over the line, right? But yeah, it's good. It's good that people don't at least spoil major story stuff because they're excited about people like experiencing it for themselves, right? Yeah, that's good. There's bosses in this game? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Oh yeah, Ren and Captain Dax, I'll add you to the mod chat on Discord. I'll give you like the mod thing. There's a pin message, I believe, that sort of has like the general instructions. Hold on, let me check if it's still there. Ugh. Got it. Okay, there's something about Expedition 33 and the mouse. It locks my mouse into a certain portion of the screen. I can't move to my other monitor. It's so weird the way it does it. It doesn't work well with multi-monitor. No, it's not pinned. Yeah, I can pin this one. I think it's like the general. It works for everything, not just Elden Ring. Captain Dax, Rolls, Moderator, Ren. Where's Ren? There you are. Now you can read all my whinging in the mud chat. The mud chat is where I go to whinge when I'm very unhappy about, you know, the stream for whatever reason. Not too much, but some stuff. What's up, Bristlebutt? How are you doing today? I have a token now. I can get the Picto.
Back for my Picto's masterpiece, eh? Still gonna cost you a token, though. You're a resourceful man. There are plenty of ways to earn tokens.
Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
You won't regret it. Probably.
That's reassuring. Weird Picto. Quick inspection is enough to say that this Picto is unusable? What? What a scam! Yeah, so much for that. Jesus. I'm sure it's gonna be a thing that we can later, you know, turn into something usable. Like this one. Alright. I'm just gonna... Anything...
Wow.
No, okay. I was just checking if the conversations changed now that I've...
Gustav!
No. Like, if people were like, oh my god, that fight with Mael, so cool. And let's talk to Emma. Yeah, she looks a lot like Sophie, honestly, her face. Alright. This game is hands down top 3 things created by French people ever. I'm not sure about that one. Baguettes. What else? Poisson. Well, I mean, okay, let's put one category for all the bakery products, right? The good French bakery products. That's one. What else have the French done? Cheese, I prefer Swiss cheese. Yeah, I'm thinking about French music. I mean, obviously a lot of classical French music is really, really good. A lot of modern French music is really good, but, you know. The guillotine? Okay, hold on. I mean, it was an effective, you know, it was an effective tool, to be fair. Revolutions, yeah. Bringing down the monarchy and all that. Literature, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's typically a French thing, but... French literature is decent, for sure. Yeah. It is a... Okay, so far from what I can tell, Expedition 33 seems like a great cultural achievement in the field of video games. I'll give them that. As far as French video games go, this is probably one of the really good ones, at least. I mean, there's been some really good French games. But, yeah. This one's a recent achievement, I guess. A recent strong achievement that a lot of people have enjoyed. I mean, Life is Strange is a great one, right? Yeah, I mean, I think in the old days, like, in the 90s, French games were fucking amazing. Think about, like, Another World or Flashback, right? Man, those games were insane. Alone in the Dark, right? Another amazing French game. Literally created the survival horror genre by itself. Yeah, the old school Prince of Persia and all that. Like, the French video games from, like, the 90s, early 90s, have created a lot of games that, you know, still, like, the genres that had a lot of influence on today's gaming still. I mean, for fuck's sake, like, I mean, like it or not, look at the impact that Assassin's Creed has had on like the gaming industry and open world games and all that. The French gaming industry has done a lot of you know, like very impactful things. Although, was Assassin's Creed created by the French Ubisoft, or what was the first game? Was it like the Canadian one? I'm not sure. I know they have... Oh, it was Ubisoft Montreal. My bad. Man. Damn Canadians. Yeah, I was just thinking as I was mentioning it. I know they have like a Montreal studio, so much for that. But my point stands. Plenty of old games in the 90s. You know, the whole Resident Evil survival horror genre was created by French people, thanks to Alone in the Dark. So that alone has a lot of value. But yeah, as far as recent time goes, that's true. I think I haven't heard of French games being as popular as this one, at least. Can broaden into francophone culture, yeah. All right, let's talk to Emma.
The Chief Counselor honors us with her presence. What? Still mad I'm going?
Uh-oh.
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
So the council's not super on board with the expedition anymore, it seems. That's interesting.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
Oh shit, that's a good expression. It's a bloodless guillotine. I like that. Also interesting that the council maintains the expedition for, you know, political reasons, sort of maintain the peace in the population, but they don't really believe it's going to do anything. So they're basically, what Emma's saying there is that they're basically intentionally, knowingly sending people to what, you know, to their death. At least that's what they believe, since they don't think there's any hope, just for the sake of, you know, popular peace, right? It only bothers Emma because her brother is going. Typical politician right there. If it doesn't affect me, it's fine. Yeah, that's an interesting little point right there. I want to take a note of that. It's an interesting part of the theme. And she doesn't seem very on board with the expedition now that Gustav is going. Calls it a political necessity and a bloodless guillotine. I wonder if that touches to the theme of like sacrifice, right? In regards to appeasing the people with the expedition, with the doomed expeditions. Right, it's almost like a culture of sacrifice, right? You sacrifice a bunch of people to make sure everyone doesn't completely lose hope and all that. Where's my... Man, that's due to the game, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this... Yeah, I mean, we had that conversation on the first day, if this qualifies as an indie game or not. I mean, as far as I know, Sandfall is an independent publisher, right? I don't think they're attached to a big one, so... Technically, it's an indie dev. I mean, an indie release, right? Because it all comes down to it's not really a matter if it's indie or not. At least my definition, it doesn't matter who the devs are. If they're all like ex AAA developers and all that, that doesn't mean anything. It's all about like, is the publisher one of the big, huge, mega core publishers, right? Yeah, Kepler's the publisher. Right. I thought Senful was the publisher and another name was the dev. Senful's the dev, Kepler's the publisher. Yeah. They're pretty new to the game, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone said all the... Well, okay, Rune said. You're right. Some of them are ex-Ubisoft, yeah. How are you today, Calix? But I've also heard, and I don't know how true that is, but I've also heard that there was a big debate because there was this sort of idea that the game was developed by 30 people and all that, which apparently is not completely true. Apparently they've outsourced, like the core of the main team is like 30 people, but they've outsourced a lot of the resources, and a lot of stuff was made by people outside of the main team as well. Like some assets or I don't know exactly what, but apparently quite a bit of work was outsourced, which means in reality, like a bunch of people, like a bunch more people have worked on the theme, yeah. Battle animations were made by Korean people. Okay, they outsourced that to a Korean studio. Yeah. Which, I understand why they're using the it's a team of 30 and they've done that. I understand why you want to use that as a sort of selling point, right? That's a Belgian Lord. Which is the question that Kobo wants to ask. Yeah, I mean, outsourcing is pretty common in the industry, right? I would assume. I don't know much about it, but I hear it's happening all the time. So even like big studios of 300 plus people outsource some of their stuff. So at the end of the day, it's still a small core team, right? Yeah. I think that the point still stands, but it would be. I think it would be. It could be a sort of a trap to think that, oh yeah, just 30 people can make a whole game like that. I think it can probably paint a picture for some maybe starting developers or aspiring developers that, oh yeah, you don't need too many resources to make a great game like this. No, that's not exactly true, right? A lot more people were involved, and I'm sure a lot of money was invested in it. This seems like a game that still had a pretty decent budget, right? And like if they were able to outsource some of the stuff, like the music production seems to be like a big thing. Pretty sure they worked with, like a whole like, lots of musicians and all that, which, orchestra, I think I'm trying to say. So clearly there's a lot of money involved, right? However, the money happened, but, But still, I think the ultimate point still stands. Right? We're not looking at a game that has the budget of a huge AAA production. It doesn't have like $500 million of budget. And that doesn't, they still managed to make an extremely good-looking game with a fantastic story, great music. All those things that people have praised about the game, right? So I think the ultimate point still stands. Yeah, Quasi. I think the sort of like clickbait article, yeah, sort of like the social media, powder keg like really exploded with that idea, like, oh, it was just a small tiny team, right? Which not exactly, but again, I think the point still stands, right? It's a sort of modest production for the end product and the quality of the the game. It's not a Ubisoft or a Rockstar Games or a fucking, whatever, big production, and it puts a lot of them to shame. I think that point still stands. Music production is done by one guy plus the singer, and they recorded some songs with a small orchestra called the Orchestre Curieux. Nice. Well, but that's not true though, Sunrun, right? Like, the guy did not do the music alone himself in his bedroom with a computer, right? There was a singer, there was an orchestra, even if it's a limited amount of people. That's still, you know, that's still a bunch of people that worked on making the music. Even if he composed it by himself, you know, it's still a, you know, the recording didn't just happen like that, right? Yeah. So I think, you know, like that's what we're trying to discuss in that conversation. It's avoiding the sort of myth that, oh yeah, only 30 people made that game, only one person made the music. At the end of the day, it's impressive, but it doesn't help anyone, right? If you're an upcoming dev or an upcoming composer, you're like, oh shit, man, if I can't do music of that quality, am I just bad? No, you just need an orchestra, some budget, and, you know, people helping you, and it's a collaborative process. The composition you can do alone, sure, but, you know, the end product shouldn't be your, like, sort of ideal, and if you can't reach it, means you're not competent, right? Yeah. Right, like I've heard like the story of the self-deprecation, which is funny, which is very much an artist thing, right? Yeah, Dax. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? A lot of music is collaborative. Even if like there's one person that composes the track, as soon as you hit a studio and there's more people involved and there's a producer involved, it becomes a collaborative effort, right? The producer, actually, something that a lot of people don't realize, but when a band records an album, in a lot of cases, the producer has a lot of say in how, you know, well, not a lot of say, but collaborates with the band a lot to, you know, like create the sound, and sometimes even like alter the composition a little bit, or what tracks are gonna end up on the record, and, you know, that's a big deal in a lot of cases. So that's something that some people often like forget. Even like, you know, not just like, of course pop music is a great example, right? That's very prevalent there. But even like big bands we used to love back, you know, like the bands that feel like the hardcore music, you know, stuff like Smashing Pumpkins, you know, 9 Inch Nails, all that stuff. Once you hit the studio, there's a lot of collaborative efforts, and it's not just like a single person doing, even if the writing credit ends up on one individual. And it's the same for writing. My novel has my name on the cover, and that's it. I didn't write that book alone. My, you know, my artistic director, like, I don't know how you call that in, like, in French we say a directeur d'ouvrage, which in French would mean the works director, the work as in like piece of work, right? Like, I guess she's an artistic director, I would call her that, right? Had a, you know, she definitely brought up some points while we were working on the stuff, and then I changed some of the things because she made very good points. And then my editor also has a very big impact on how some of the stuff is coming out at the end of it. So it's definitely not like just me, right? I myself alone could not have made any of my novels the way they are, right? It wouldn't have ended up being the same high quality product. Which is also a thing to think about, you know, if you're a beginner, if you're like a new writer, it's nice to read finished books, of course. And it's nice to have that as a goal for what you're trying to do. But if you're taking that as like, you know, I want to have that level of quality, and then you're writing your novel by yourself on your computer, your first draft, and then you look at it and you're like, oh man, it's not as good as the novel I was reading by that very famous author. You're setting yourself up for failure, because obviously it's not going to be like that. My first drafts are not like that. They will never be. It's just, you know, you turn the shit into gold later with other people's help. That's how it works. Nobody does it alone. I don't know, Sorrow, yeah. But yeah, I mean, and again, that's one situation, right? For like professionally published stuff. Obviously, there's a bunch of people who are just doing music in their home by themselves. And then, you know, some of that is really good too. It doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just, you know. You're not gonna make music that sounds like a full orchestra is playing it without a full orchestra. You can get close to it with virtual instruments and all that stuff, but it's not gonna be just as good, right? What's up, Sila? How are you doing today? Also, a lot of people doing it themselves very poorly, which is okay, right? You have to do things poorly before you can do it well. We always see the end result of one process, right? That same process probably wasn't that great in the first place. I'm sure if we heard the first versions of some of the tracks in the game, we'd be like, oh yeah, that doesn't sound as good, right? Because they worked on, and then they had musicians doing all the you know, and probably producers and all that. So it's, you know, the first version was probably not that good. And then you also ignore all the stuff that came before that. I don't know how old the composer is, but if you were to look at his first demos when he was maybe a teenager or something, first song he ever wrote on a piano or something, it probably didn't sound that good, right? So that's okay, right? You have to get all the bad stuff out to get to the good stuff. Exactly. There can be good things in art if there are no bad things. That is true. Doing the bad things is part of the process. It's not a failure. The only failure is giving up. Anything else, all the bad shit you produce, all the first drafts, the failed experiments, all that is progress. Yeah, for sure, Sila. In fact, hearing to what the Beatles put on their records, I realized they were humans. That shit's trash. No, I'm joking. I know the Beatles are great. I'm just not a big fan. There's a few tracks that I like, but I'm generally not a big fan of the Beatles. I know Credo's a huge fan. He's probably slapping his desk right now. How dare he say that about the Beatles? No, there were a few good songs. Listen, the best Beatles song... The best Beatles song is not performed by the Beatles. I mean, they have a version, but it's crap. Across the Universe. Listen to the Fiona Apple version. It's so much better than the Beatles version. Anyway. Subjective, I know. No, of course, Sila. I'm just being provocative. Obviously, the Beatles have had a huge influence on the history of music. Undeniable. They're clearly a great band. I just don't enjoy them very much. Same feelings towards ABBA. Okay, ABBA I like. For some reason, I like ABBA. I don't know why. Because it doesn't, on paper, it's not something I should like. But there's something, I don't know. There's something kitsch about ABBA that really works for me. It doesn't seem like it's taking itself too seriously. It just sounds good. Like the production, oh man, the production value on ABBA tracks is insane. Some of those tracks sound incredible. Like just from a production standpoint. Anyway, that's just me going on a tangent. Every time we touch on the artistic process and the creative process, no matter what medium, I just go on hour-long tangents. It's just the topic I'm most passionate about. I'm a big fan of the creative process. Offensively catchy hooks in ABBA songs, yeah, that's true. That's true. I love Rick Rubin, yeah. He produced some really good albums. It's interesting that he's mostly famous for the work he's done in the hip-hop industry. Because you look and listen to the guy, he's the most rock and roll guy I've ever heard. You know, if he looks like some dude who would produce mostly metal, and he has done some of that, right? But obviously a huge influence on like the new metal sort of thing in the late 90s. But most of his master works are hip hop albums, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. But I do love Rick Rubin. He has a very interesting outlook on like the creative process as well. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the video game for a bit. You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine, is what it is. Let's keep going.
You should put that in your speech. Very motivating. They might just find a guillotine for you too.
Okay, is she expected to do a speech for the departure? Interesting. Yeah, hopefully she doesn't say that, because that doesn't sound very, very encouraging.
There are so many things you can contribute to here in Lumiere that'll have a real impact.
She has a point though. If I got it right, Gustav seems involved in a lot of like inventions and maintaining the shield and all that. He seems like an important member of Lumiere. It's almost strange that they're letting him go. I guess there's no law that prevents that, but because you would assume they would keep the people that are, capable of maintaining that stuff well, right?
Em, you're doing great work, really. Getting things ready for the last generation. You've got it well in hand here. Let me do my part out there and win us a chance to live.
Getting things ready for the last generation? Is that a concept that they have? Like they're working to, make sure that the last people who will survive are taken care of? That's interesting. Hold on. Gustav said she was doing great work getting things ready for the last generation. I wonder what that is exactly. The last people who will go to the Gommage after the population stops reproducing. Or maybe it could be a wider term than that, right? Like the last generation is all the people that live now, right? Because typically 20, 30 years, you consider that one generation, right? Or maybe it's the whole of the people still living now. It's technically 20, 30 years is a generation. Yeah, the most accurate translation of gommage would be erasure, yeah. Like specifically in the context of art, right? Gommer something, it means like erasing it. I don't have a desk. What's up, Credo? Are you talking about what's happening to you right now? We were talking about the Beatles a few seconds ago. I don't know if you were listening. When I see the screen, I instantly think Blueprints is definitely a game for you. Nice, nice. I'm excited to get to it. Oh, right. Yeah, I already forgot that I said that. Let me do my part out there, win us a chance to live. Capitalized.
We're never going to see each other again.
Well, you don't know that. That's not very optimistic.
You're so busy anyway. I barely see you.
Okay. What a response. Yeah, it's your fault, Emma, that I'm going.
Just take care of Maëlle, okay?
Oh.
Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Well, okay, she turned into acceptance very quickly there.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers.
Fair enough. Interestingly, in French, garde, you know, like guardians would be translated as a gardien, which is exactly the word you use for a prison, for a jailer, right? So that's a funny little detail there. Yeah, that's true, Anktar.
She really wants off this island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
I'm really interested in Mael's motivation. I'm instantly super intrigued with what's motivating her, because it seems like it yeah, there's something there that's really cool. French guardian is tutor. In this precise context, yeah, I was just making a comparison that, you know, guardian can be translated as gardien, which is typically the word you would use for prison, which I think is a funny detail. But yeah, in this context, it would be a but tutor also translates to tutor, which is a complete, also like a similar thing. The French meaning can go both ways. It's French is a stupid language. Never learn it if you don't have to. Play the game in French. Yeah. I mean, I speak French, but I prefer playing in English, obviously. But so what you were saying is they translated it as tutor in the game? Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, that's kind of what you know, a legal guardian would be. Yeah. They all seem to have a pretty healthy and morbid sense of humor regarding it all. Yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of comes with the, you know, the situation, yeah.
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Wait, why did I write the speech for her? She should have asked Sophie. She was clearly a good writer, based on the fact that the newspaper guy was asking her for help all the time.
Just suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
Oh, right, good point. If he's going on the expedition, he knows what it feels like. That's a very good point. My bad.
I do understand. I just... Anyway. Yeah, time for my speech.
Alright, here we go. Proceed to Emma's speech. This will conclude the festival and Expedition 33 will depart. Okay, another little, you know, fail-safe here, or not a fail-safe, a guarding rail, I guess. I love those. I think I've seen everything. I collected the 3 tokens. I talked to everyone. Pretty sure I went around twice because I thought I missed a token. So I think we're good, yeah. Alright, time to go on the expedition. It only took us 3 streams to get there. Yes. Okay.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you.
Oh shit, this
Let
is
the
so fucking
stones
epic.
of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
Oh, title screen! Only took us about 12 hours. And we made land. I was almost hoping for some, you know, on the boat type thing. I love a good boat journey, but
Get ready. You're old. How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
uh-oh. Huh! That's a shock.
Go back!
Oh, fuck! Well, that escalated quickly.
Man! Stop! Come on, we need to go! He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
Yeah, not quite bloodless, that's true. Yeah.
Fuck! Run!
Holy fuck. And now it's a horror game. What in the Bloodborne is this? Holy fuck.
Keep going! Come on! Move! Fucking snap out!
This is such a weird design! What a weird design. Like, Act 1? Okay. Stab. Nice. So technically, that's the end of the prologue. I thought that was after the cutscene, but fair enough. Nice. The Paintress logo with the blood on it. Really cool. Expedition 32 Europe. Yeah. Didn't make it. Dude, we barely made it off the fucking boat. You're preparing for over a year and it barely lasts 5 seconds. Well, so much for all those nerds that I've remembered the names of and all that. Okay, yeah, I was saying earlier, he already like, it seems like he has a heart issue or something. It's not ideal. Because he already did that on the beach when he was like hiding behind the rock. He like punched his, you know, like when you get a heart attack, you punch your heart like that. Kind of strange. Spring Meadows. Oh, the music. I love cellos. What a beautiful track. Very, the tone is very appropriate. Kind of funny to say this given that it took 3 streams for normal playthrough. Prologue is amazingly paced for quickly. It gives you a good reason to be invested in the characters for giving you a huge oh shit moment starting the adventure. Yeah, I can understand. I can see how people think, how people could think the prologue is a little slow, right? Compared to a lot of modern game these days, I think it takes a little bit of a, like a, you know, obviously most people would probably do it in 20 minutes, but still, right? A little bit of a, you know, little ramp up to like the big things. A lot of games these days, I feel, like to start kind of like explosive, right? Like big action scenes at the beginning and really start you in the middle of the action right away. Not, you know, obviously not all games do that, but a lot of them do. Although now that I'm saying that, I mean, I'm thinking of plenty of examples that don't. Like it kind of makes me think of, to me, it makes me think of The Last of Us, right? The Last of Us prologue kind of has that similar nature to it. Very quickly gets you to care about a couple of characters with something that's relatively, you know, slow exploration, little bits of environmental storytelling here and there. Not a very big action start, and then just rips your heart apart, right? At the end of the prologue. And there you go. Now you start the game. But yeah. Yeah, thank you, Ash. Thank you. Last of Us prologue fucked me up for the first time, yeah. What's up, Anubis? Yeah, I mean, I guess it, you know, definitely could be something like a panic attack or something like that. I hate that you guys said that in chat because I was already thinking about the whole, what if he has like a heart condition and it becomes a big thing that he wanted to go on the expedition, you know, well, I mean, his age is coming up, but, you know, trying to do something before he was gonna die anyway, and this brings a whole double layer of mortality with like his health failing and all that. But now, obviously, you guys have played the game, so, you know, if it was that, you would know and you wouldn't say anything about it. So that kind of removes that whole angle in my thought process. So, again, another reason why, you know, the rules are the way they are and you have to be really careful about what you say in chat. Observations, speculation by chat are not allowed. That's a big thing. I observe. You react to my observations. That's it. With neutral emotional reactions. And we have conversations about other things. Yeah, it's all good, Captain Dex. That's always what I think, Dex. I would always be a harder mod than any of my mods if I was modding my own channel, if that makes sense. And I know that. And I accept that. That's okay. Nature! Cool. The fuck? A glowing tree? Glowing plants? Interesting. Is that a mushroom? It feels like a mushroom type thing. Oh shit. There's a... signs of, you know, intelligent civilization there. I mean, obviously, you know, this is part of the world before it fractured, right? This looks very different than the stuff we were seeing in Lumiere, though. Seems like a different civilization. Interesting. Okay, there's a waterfall. We have to check for the treasure behind the waterfall. Also, I'm covered in blood right now, so we could use a little bath, I guess. I heard something. Oh shit! What is that? Oh. That was my camera going underwater. I was like, what is going on? My camera is underwater. Just as I thought I heard a sound, so the timing was exceptional there. Oh, jeez. No underwater view, no. Manus. There is a treasure, look at that. Some chroma, hell yeah. This did not even wash away the blood. Sad. I was hoping it would wash away the blood, but I'm not that lucky, I guess. That's where I would hide my chroma. Yeah. I wonder, like, I wonder how far we are. Because obviously the whole trip was ellipsed, so we don't really know how long we traveled. I'm curious if it was a matter of hours, days, weeks. I don't think it said anything. Yeah, I wonder how far we are from yeah. Same. Don't hide stuff behind a waterfall if any game. No, everyone! Like, hiding stuff behind a waterfall is a terrible idea. If you see a waterfall, the first thing you're gonna do is check if something's behind. Actually, in reality, most waterfalls are inaccessible. But it seems easy in a video game, but that amount of water is gonna, you know, that's gonna fuck you up if you try to go under it. If it's big enough, right? I love the music here. It's really good. Journal. Huh? Inventory. Oh wait, does that mean there's 99 of them? Oh no, there's only... Wait, there's some missing. Oh, okay. We don't get one for each. There's no 0. Julie Timon. What's that? Okay. Hey, what's up, Bird Big? How are you doing today? If it's not the water, it's the slippery rocks. Yeah, yeah. I have 4,000... No, 3.6 thousand chromo. Okay, well, geez. How do I do this? Like that, maybe? No, I hate... There's some... I don't know if you guys experienced that, those of you who played the game with a multi-monitor setup. There's something about this game that locks your mouse on a specific monitor. And I can't move... If I try to move to my other monitor, it resets my mouse to the middle of another monitor that the game's not even on. And I can't get out of that. Meaning I need to do like some alt-tabbing bullshit to get to my actual notes. Very weird. I don't know what kind of technical issue it is, but it's kind of annoying. Play with a controller, never noticed, yeah. I mean, I do too. But I move around my... I didn't realize that first, but, yo, I also play with a controller. I just move around my desktop with a mouse. But if you play on console, of course, it doesn't matter. Mouse janking business. Yeah, it seems to be related to... borderless mode or something. I don't know. Yeah, right now, for instance, I cannot get to my note. There we go. Now I can. So weird. Shit. Okay. Bunch of people dead. Okay, so we need to... I'm gonna have to start working on, like, the act distribution of this. And what I think I want to do is... I'm gonna take one of these titles. I want to make an Act 1. And to be specific, I'm not talking about Act 1 in the game here. I'm talking about like narrative acts, right? Which might be different. Although, it's gonna be hard for me to know exactly. Because typically the way I personally like to do, I like to split my stories in 4 acts. Most people like separating their story in 3 acts, with the second act being longer. What I do is I take the second act and I split it in 2. And like the end of Act 2 is like the midpoint of the story. I like doing that. I think it feels better to me. But yeah, so that would be the prologue. And then I'm not sure how I'm gonna separate everything. I don't know if it should be something like, you know, right now in Act 1, that could be like Chapter 1 or something. Or if I should separate like in more digestible sections of the game, like maybe... I need to see more about the game. But, I'm gonna call it Chapter 1 for now, which obviously I'm gonna have to see as time goes on how I can structure all that. Yeah, so we'll have to look into like the structure of the prologue, and then we'll be able to start working on the themes from there. I do really want to get into like the you know, proper analysis of the narrative. I think that's interesting. Multi-monitor bugs this game had, sometimes like switching monitor when dying. I don't know if that's been fixed. That's so funny. Yeah. Full screen versus borderless window difference for mouse pointer reclamation. Yeah, I'm in borderless mode right now, right? But like Saladino said, maybe I should play in like windowed and use borderless window to maximize it. Maybe that would help. Not sure. I'll look into it. Yeah, because now I clicked in chat and now I'm stuck again. I can't leave that monitor. That's so interesting. What an interesting bug. So like if I push it in windowed mode. Well, if it is in window mode, does it also do the thing? No, it does not. Okay, windowed mode fixes it. So now if I go borderless window, which I use. Add window. Bam. Hello? Okay. There it is. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if that... Didn't borderless window used to have like, you had like a whole bunch of like columns and you could put the settings in them? Why does it not allow me to do that anymore? It doesn't work the way it used to when I had it on my old computer. It's a different version, I guess. Shit. F3 to add the window. Did it work? Oh shit, I think it worked. Maybe not. Nope. Yeah, it's not working the way I want it to, which is very annoying. Well, I'll deal with the borderless window for now. I'll have to try that off stream if I can fix it. Anyway. Let's see. Gustave is set to depart on an expedition to attempt to break the cycle that I would say kill, but it feels like erases people. Once per year, each time a year younger than the previous. He reconnects with Sophie. Seemingly the love of his life, even though they separated because of their disagreement on having children. They go to the city together as they reminisce their past, meet old friends, basically say their goodbyes, and eventually reach the harbor just in time for the Donald. Sophie disappears, and Gustave despite his sadness and grief finds added resolve to take on the expedition and stop the Paintress once and for all. Alright, that would be my summary of the prologue in, you know, in simple terms. Oh, actually, well, yeah. I guess the second part of the prologue also matters, right? After a brief moment of respite at the festival, joining his fellows from the expedition, the journey begins with a speech by Gustave's sister Emma. But as soon as they find land, a mysterious older man attacks them. Seemingly an older expeditioner. Because Alan asked him what expedition he was from. It's very interesting. Other creatures, Nevrons, question mark, join the attack, and it seems most of the expedition is wiped right away. I don't know. I'll keep that for later. What's up, Nero? And then we would be technically right now at the beginning of chapter 1, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna like separate the different chapters. If it's gonna be by like, it depends how the game's structured. We'll have to see. I guess the game will tell me how I want that. Is this a video game book report? I don't know. I'm just really interested in getting deep into the like sort of the analysis of the narrative in this one. And so I like having like a sort of summary of just the plot, right? Because then from there, you know, not only does it keep things fresh in my mind, it also helps me then connect like the themes and everything with like the characters and all that. Well, the next step is going to be like starting to develop an analysis of those themes, because there's already, just from the prologue, there's so much to talk about, right? It's a very layered narrative. There's already a lot of stuff just in a small prologue. So, but we'll see. We'll see how, you know, we can make progress in that sort of stuff. How do I like the music so far? It's good, yeah. I think it's really good. This one track right now is beautiful. Really sets the tone of the sadness of the moment. Alright, I guess we start exploring, what was it the name? The Spring Meadows? Oh yeah, it doesn't tell me. Yeah, nothing tells me where we are. Shit. There's some tutorial there that tells me stuff that I haven't been told in the game, I think, yet. Like the status effects, for instance, I don't think the game introduced me to them. I'm gonna have to read them at some point. Buffs and debuffs. Break bar, that's a whole thing too. I don't know what it is. Those are the tutorials that we got while we were playing. But those are more like general stuff that the game hasn't taught us yet. Okay. Let's see. I love that this works. You just move your hair around and put the other one back, and it just saves the game for you. You know what would have been great? Developer, a save the game button right here instead of having to do all of that stuff. That would have been great. Even if the game auto saves, gives me a manual save option. Come on. It's 2025. More options are good. Alright, so that's the one we just got. Perfect. 11 hours, almost. Great. Alright, I guess we just have to explore the Spring Meadows, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a story for tomorrow. Good, good, good. There we go. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how I structure the game, the streams going forward. But I think having like, I don't know if I need to like approach the thing with like working on the themes and all that when it becomes relevant, or if I have like a little session at the end of the streams or at the beginning of the streams, sort of. I mean, having a session at the beginning of the stream to sort of summarize could be interesting, and then having one at the end to consolidate is also interesting. But maybe I don't need to have a rule for that. Maybe I just do it when it feels relevant, right? Depending on a natural break in the game, right? But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Expedition 33. Also, thank you, Saldino. I forgot. It was the middle of the cutscene, so I forgot to thank you. Thank you for the tier 3 resub, 38 months. Means a lot. That's a big one. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, anyway. That's gonna be it for me today. I'm sure I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm thinking if I want to raid someone. Let's see. Oh, that would be a funny raid. We'll see. Maybe another day. I have an idea for a raid target, but not today. I think that's gonna happen another time. All right. In any case. Oh man, I just reminded myself that I have a 2x KO beta key to try the Riot fighting games. I need to try that. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, or night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.